this is Shadowrun Dragonfall, episode 8. Claim payment for the As Technology sabotage run. If you're receiving this message, I have fled the country or am otherwise unavailable. Don't worry, you'll still get paid. I've made the appropriate preparations. In any case, Dystopia, thank you for helping me. Please do not attempt to contact me again. As far as the world and my former employees are concerned, I am buried under a ton of rubble. It is best that I remain that way. Goodbye, Yvonne Jimenez, aka Frau Müller. No jobs. You know what? I don't even want to go there. With fucking selling the blood mage data. That shit seems fucked. Yeah, delete that shit. Dystopia, please speak with me when you are ready to proceed with Alice's payment. I have nothing new for you, Dystopia. We have no time to waste. You have Alice's money, and we need that information. Get to the rabbit hole and hurry back. We must find Beauclair before the Firewing finds us. I need your password to transfer Alice's payment onto the crate stick. Amsel sucks in a deep breath. He suddenly looks as though an enormous weight has been lifted from his shoulders. Yes, very good. Excellent, in fact. This has been a long time coming, Dystopia. You're telling me? Amsel turns to open a file on his computer. Alright, Dystopia. Before you make this transfer, there are a few things that you should know. Firstly, this is a one-way operation. Once the funds have been transferred to the cred stick, the only person who will be able to access them is Alice. As far as the team is concerned, the money will simply disappear. Well, it's not like we were planning on doing anything else with it anyways. Keep going. Secondly, once you make your way to the rabbit hole with the funds, it's go time. I trust you understand what I mean by that. We drop everything and head straight to the rabbit hole. Correct. Once you've left to see Alice, her information will be your only priority. No more distractions and no more side work. I will busy myself cancelling your remaining jobs and smoothing any ruffled feathers. Makes sense. Anything else? Just that you need to be sure before committing to this. Time is important. A great dragon wants us dead, and that is not a thing to take lightly. But you should return to the rabbit hole until you are prepared to act. If you have any doubts, then I'd urge you to wait. I understand, I'm ready to proceed. I don't have any other work, so... Pastor Volklingen. Once you are en route to the rabbit hole with the funds for Alice's payment, I will cancel the team's remaining obligations. Understood. I have to say this open. This lifted the weight off my shoulders. When Monica brought you on board, I was initially unsure about you. I would never have said that to anyone, of course. But I kept you under a watchful eye. I can see now that I needn't have doubted her judgment. She shows her successor well. Now please, go fetch the information from Alice. He claps a hand on your shoulder. We're one step closer to surviving this mess. The funds disappear from your account. Moments later, a message pops up on the screen. Transfer complete. Sitting in its dock on the keyboard, a green LED blooms to life on Alice's cred stick. The trigger has been pulled. The rabbit hole awaits. What about the rest of the cash? Damn it. If I didn't know any better, I think you were warming up to me. She studies your face for a moment before responding. I suppose that you might say that. I don't talk to many people, Dystopia. It just doesn't seem to be worth the effort. I don't really feel much anymore. Not since she caresses the chrome on her forearm with a hand made of articulated steel. This. If that's true, why are you still talking to me? I suppose because you've shown an interest and because you haven't let me push you away. She locks eyes with you. Her expression is blank. I don't want to mislead you, Dystopia. I still don't feel anything. Not warmth or friendship or even trust. But I can appreciate the effort you're making. It's something new and it's worth exploring. You're ready to tell me about that chrome you're sporting? I'm getting there, Dystopia, but you'll have to give me some time. The answer will come when they do. You said that things went bad when you turned 14. I'd like to talk more about that. She stares at you, her face expressionless. No, I'd rather not. Why not? Because I don't see a reason to. The memories are unpleasant, and dredging them up doesn't serve any real purpose. Fair enough, I'll give you space. Okay, so no more combos there. Actually, maybe we should check for new gear. I have a ton of cash, but it's not really anything to spend it on. Check if you had any new rifles, but I don't think so. Yeah, there's some sniper rifles that have higher damage. Let's go get decked out in chrome and... Oh. Fuck, back in there. I need cyberware. Auto injector hyper. That's 1 quickness, 1 strength. HP or HP. Yeah, let's get that quickness thingamabob. Muscle augmentation. Oh, I can actually have 2. Fancy. Anything else for us? High energy flashbulbs hidden in cyberware, capable of temporarily blinding an opponent. Laser can designate target, making it easy for your team to hit. +3 movement. Jeez, that's some. That's a lot. Oh, look, I'm all filled up. Built for the streets. Quickness 10. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Travel to the rabbit hole at the Alstad Spandau U-Bahn station to retrieve Alice's data. The tiny cred stick feels heavy in your pocket, fat with the weight of hard-won yen. The U-Bahn station swallows you up and sends you hurtling down the rabbit hole, towards Alice, towards the information you've bled for. The train pulls to a stop and the doors hiss open to the dark old platform. With luck, answers lie ahead. Alice's console stands alone against the filthy wall of the U-Bahn platform. The colorful sprites that flicker across the screen stands in sharp contrast to the surrounding grime. Insert Alice's payment into the machine. The cred stick port in the machine greedily accepts your payment. You watch as the black plastic of the cred stick case disappears into the console. Moments later, a message wings onto the screen. Dystopia, couldn't wait for you any longer. Something is tracking me, something terrible. Need to get out of town, go dark for a while. If you're smart, you will too. But a deal's a deal. When you punch the flashing button on the console, it'll spit out an optical chip with your information. Take my advice, whatever this Vauclair business is to you, drop it and run. And for God's sake, Dystopia, stay out of the Matrix. It isn't safe, Alice. The message fades from the screen, and a button on the console begins to flash. Press the button. You can hear the whine of motors spinning up in the arcade cabinet's guts. With a smooth mechanical motion, a generic brand optical chip slides out of the payment port in front of you. Abruptly, the screen goes black. The console powers down. The optical chip sits in its cradle, waiting for you to take the chip. The instant that the chip leaves its cradle, the machine reboots itself. You are again alone. As you settle in for the trip back to Kraus Bazaar, you can feel the rest of the world compartmentalize and fall away. No more distractions, just you, the train, and the optical chip. It sits in your pocket like a hot stone, impossible to ignore. The train ramps up to speed, filling the air with a monotonous electric whir. The sound is soft and low and urgent, like the droning wings of an enormous insect. It would be soothing if your mind weren't occupied with other matters. All at once, the monotony is broken. Your PDA is buzzing. A quick glance at the screen tells you that you're receiving a call and that Paul Amsel is on the other end. Answer the call. You hit the receive button on your PDA. One look at the grainy image that blossoms to life on the screen is enough to tell you that something has gone terribly wrong. The strangled sound of panicked breathing punched through your PDA's tiny speaker. In the image window, you can see the outlines of figures silhouetted against the backdrop of Amsel's shop. The view rotates, bringing them toward the center of the frame. The image sharpens. In the center of the screen stands an enormous orc in battle armor, a hand cannon leveled at something just out of frame. His face is shiny matte of grafted tissue, his smile like something out of a nightmare. Let him go, you son of a bitch. The orc doesn't respond. You don't hear your own echo over Amsel's microphone either. He must have muted the volume on your end of the conversation. You watch powerless as the orc's grin widens. The frantic breaths that you hear coming from off-screen increase in frequency. From off-screen you hear Amsel's frantic voice. Audron, please, tell me what this is all about. What are the Firewings' plans? You're going to kill me anyway. Don't send me to the grave without... Your stomach drops as the gun bucks and roars in the orc's hands. Your view on the PDA pitches wildly, then comes to a sudden stop with a violent cracking sound. A burst of static floods the screen. Moments later, a dark shape falls into view with equivalent force. You hear the unmistakable sound of bone crunching against hardwood. The camera auto-adjusts and the dark shape swims into focus. You are staring into and through the dripping, cavernous ruin of what was once a human head. The remnants of the face that remains are enough to confirm that what your guts already know. The body on the screen is that of Paul Amsel. From out of frame, far away, you can hear another voice, a woman, young from the sound of it, with a military cadence. What now, sir? Now we press our advantage. Jam their comms, Ortega. The sounds of hurried motion recede into the background. All right, remember, people, Amsel was the brain of the operation, but the rest will put up a lot more fight. Flush him out and take him down, one by one. Another voice chimes in, a young man this time. Sir, look at Amsel's wrist, the PDA. I think that it's recording. God fucking damn it. You hear the roar of another gunshot, and the screen goes dark. Your vision swims, and the screen of your PDA seems to fade away. The impact of what you've just witnessed hammers you in the guts, over and over again. Amsel is dead. The Kraus Bazaar is under attack, and it's entirely possible that the ambush party is already waiting to meet you at the U-Bahn platform. Whatever your attackers have planned, you won't be able to do much about it from in here. The train is speeding towards the Kraus Bazaar station. No more stops between you and the enemy. Nothing to do but prepare yourself and wait. The barrel of Igel's rifle swings upward. She emerges from cover, turning to face you. About time you showed up. The light plays off of Igel's face like a street light on rain-slick asphalt. Her face, neck and chest are sheeted in slick, dark liquid. Blood, a lot of blood. Where are you hit? I'm not. This little bastard, on the other hand. Igel wipes her mouth from the back of her hand, then hoists a corpse up from behind her makeshift barricade. A young man maybe in his early 20s. His eyes frozen wide in surprise. That what's left of his throat hangs down in ragged flaps. Nicely done. Iger shrugs. Well, you know what they say. Any weapon at your disposal. Did you meet up with Alice? Do you have the information? Yeah, I got it. An optical chip. We'll have to use my mission computer to open it. Whatever's on that chip, these bastards don't want us to read it. All the more reason to do exactly that. After we put the rest of them in the ground, that is. My thoughts exactly. Glad we're on the same page. These bastards need to pay for what they've done, and they will, Dystopia. They've got numbers on us, but their tactics are predictable. She gestures down at the dead body on the floor. Case in point, I figured they'd try to ambush you at the platform, so I hightailed it out here and set up an ambush on my own. Good thinking. Iger nods, thanks. Anyway, that's enough talk. We got a job to do. Iger swings her rifle up and over her shoulder. There are an unknown number of hostiles topside. They're well equipped, decently trained, and hell-bent on killing us. The last I heard, Glory was on the north end of town. Dietrich was out getting coffee when all hell broke loose. Let's go get them. Let's go hunting. +1 action point. Your experience has increased your ability to operate in dangerous situations. Hey, don't miss. Hey, those grenades, me bastard. Something ahead of you lets out a low, rumbling growl from the shadows, a primordial sound that echoes down the snowy streets. It steps into the light. Dante, even from the distance, you can feel the heat radiating from the enormous dog's body. He locks eyes with you, and you can see the fire burning within him. He takes a step towards you. Hackles raise. Iger glances at you. Her voice is calm, but you can see the unease on her face. I forgot to mention, fearless leader, your dog's acting funny. I can see that. Happened fast too. Just before you got here, I caught sight of him on the way down to the U-Bahn platform, and he looked normal enough. Then one of those bastards took a shot at him and winged him. Big mistake. Dante got mad, real mad. He started shaking and twitching, and I saw fire in his eyes. He was on the guy before I could blink. A few seconds later, the shooter was a red smear on the sidewalk, and Dante, Iger stabs a thumb in the dog's direction. Looked like this. You hungry, Dante? Want some soy jerky? Dante growls low and begins to drool. Droplets hiss as they hit the frozen pavement. He lowers his head and he hackles on the back of his neck stands stiff. I don't think that this is working, Dystopia. It'll work. Easy, buddy. Easy now. Slowly, the wind begins to shift and he sniffs the air, looking from you to Iger, then back to you. Acknowledgement washes across his face and his expression softens. His ears stand back up, and you could swear that you see him smile. Dante takes his place by your side. Well, whatever he is, I'm glad he's on our team. Let's find the others. Dante joins the crew. Dante leads the pack. Allies within range of 3 gain +1 movement. I see. The door is locked. Oops. You guys fucked up coming here. Over here, boss. Glad to see you all made it here alive. Dietrich straightens his joints, cracking under the strain. He takes a step in your direction, his expression grim. Listen, boss, we got problems. I saw a group of these jackasses peel off a minute ago. They made a beeline for the sewers. They were carrying bombs. Dystopia can't say what yield, but they looked big. Unless you fancy living in a crater, I'd suggest we hightail it down there. Where the hell is Blitz? He took off with Mallet. Said something about jamming the attackers' comms. Don't worry about them. We've got to deal with those bombs. You and your team descend into the sewers, footsteps echoing off of the damp stone walls. You barely notice the smell. There's no time to waste. Audron's team of mercenaries is down here somewhere, racing to plant their explosive charges beneath the keys. The fate of the Kraus Bazaar is in your hands. Let's head to the safe house. Take care of Paul. Paul is gonzo. You emerge from the foulness of the sewers, only to be met with the equally dark stench of cordite and death. Although you have saved the keys, it is far from unharmed. Residents wander the streets dazed, holding their wounds, tending to others, observing the damage. The look in their eyes tells the story. Their illusion of safety has been shattered. You enter Paul Amsel's trade emporium, already knowing what you'll find there. The knowledge doesn't make the discovery any easier. Once again, the team gathers around Paul Amsel, but tonight he has no more missions to offer and no advice to give. His body lies motionless on the hardwood, cooling in the night air. The ruin of his face has been hidden under a burlap tarp. For several minutes, nobody speaks. Finally, Dietrich steps forward. I think we should say something about Paul. There's another moment of silence, then Eager speaks up. I'll go. Eager brings herself to attention, stares straight ahead. Paul Amsel was an important member of this team, and he supported us well. He said what he was going to do, and he did it. That's rare. That's worthy of respect. She looks down at the body. There is a long pause before she speaks again. Thank you, Paul Amsel, for everything. Another pause. Her voice softens. I was out of position when they came for you. I couldn't save you. I'm sorry. The others shift uncomfortably, not knowing what to say. Glory breaks the awkward moment. Her voice is a frosty monotone. I appreciate what Amsel did for us. It's another loss, one that this team can't afford. Glory's eyes sweep across the group, then land on Amsel's body. Her expression is impossible to read. After a moment, she turns her head to look at you. Losing people is hard, no denying it. Paul was a good one, and will be missed. Dietrich nods in agreement and crosses himself. Yeah, he was. Goodbye, Paul. Gott sei mit dir. Gingerly, Blitz steps forward. His hair is mussed, and there's a fresh bullet hole in his jacket. He smells like smoke and blood, and stale sweat, and his hands tremble as he takes them out of his pocket. Well, I didn't know Paul as well as the rest of you, but he seemed like a good guy. He shuffles his feet. I didn't want to see this happen at any rate. You okay, Blitz? Looks like you and Mallet saw some action back there. Yeah, his eyes remain fixed on Amsel's body. I'll leave. As if in turn, Dante lowers his head sadly, lets out a heavy sigh, and closes his eyes. We need to take care of this body. We can't leave it here. I'll take care of it after we've watched the ship. Don't worry, I know what to do. Be respectful, but be quick. After all, it is only a shell. Paul is with Monica now. We're all gonna be with Monica soon if we don't do something. The Firewing came after us once. She'll do it again. And she doesn't care if she brings down the entire keys to get to us. Can't argue with that, boss. While Firewing lives, the Cross Bazaar is at risk. Our friends, our home. Everything that Monica and Paul fought to protect. They'll all be destroyed if we don't put an end to her first. Come on, everyone. Let's go look at the optical ship. I want to see what we're dealing with. The cool blue tones of the workstation main menu fill the screen. A blinking message in the upper right corner notifies you that you have 0 unread messages. Read the contents of Alice's optical chip. You slot the optical chip in the computer's waiting chip jack. On the screen, Alice's office blossoms into view. A half second later, a real-time simulation of Alice appears, seated behind her mahogany desk. Something about it reminds you of a figure from a wax museum, lifelike but dead inside. It greets you with a facsimile of Alice's joyless smile. Customer dystopia. Its voice is hollow, synthetic, an automation masquerading as a living woman, one who you've never even met in the flesh. Account number 1012579. Greetings, valued customer. I am an offline simulacrum of the Alice persona. I have been included in this ship to answer any questions that you might have about your information purchase. Nifty piece of tech. Not now, let's. If you are ready to proceed, I will present Alice's findings. You may interrupt this presentation at any point by saying, Alice, I have a question. Is that the only thing you'll respond to? We're ready, let's get the show on the road. Very well, commencing presentation. The simulacrum goes rigid for a moment, then seems to relax. When it speaks, it sounds more natural, as though the real Alice is speaking through it. Alright, Dystopia, I've got good news for you, and I got bad news. Let's start with the good news. I've found Beauclair, and he is alive. Thank God. The trail to your missing doctor was a long and slippery one. The fee that you paid me barely covered my cost for the job. I sent a team into the SOX on fact-finding mission. I bribed government officials. I greased the palms of wage slaves at megacorps all across Europe. Each step I took eliminated possibilities, drew me a little bit closer, and finally I found a place where Beauclair is being held. The simulacrum makes a sweeping gesture with his right hand, and an image switchblades onto the screen. A grainy overhead photograph, annotated with map coordinates. You recognize it immediately. This is where you'll find him. He is being held captive at a remote estate called the Horfeld Manor. You've got to be kidding me. He was there the whole time. Glory says nothing. She just studies the photograph and nods. Okay, nobody tell me. I get it. This is something else that I missed. If this was the good news, I can't wait to hear the bad news. The simulacrum pauses, and a brief tremor washes over its body. Its eyes flutter, and you can hear the sound of your computer working to process more of the ship's data. Iger turns to address the team. If Beauclair's at Horfeld, we'll get a problem. The last time we broke into that place, they took Monica out. It was a miracle that any of you got out alive. Yeah, but now we know what's down there. This time we'll be prepared for it. We can handle this. Iger shakes her head. No, it'll be even worse this time. The first time we went in, we had the element of surprise on our side. But now, they'll be expecting us. They're hunting us, remember? Their security team is going to be waiting for us, Dietrich. That Ordrum bastard is going to be waiting for us. And even if we make it past them, we're gonna have to deal with the dragon in the basement. Well, what else can we do? Cut and run? The last time I checked, that wasn't an option either. Even if it were, I wouldn't take it. I'm not running from this. Not after what they did here tonight. None of us are, Glory, but Iger's right. We can't go charging in there again, not without some kind of edge. The simulacrum jerks back to life. It resumes speaking, blissfully unaware of the current conversation that it's cutting off. And now, Dystopia, on to the bad news. You now know where Beauclair is, but rescuing him will not be possible. Alice, I have a question. He continues without waiting for a response. Why the hell not? In the course of my investigation, I encountered something terrifying in the Matrix. It was fast, cunning, and very definitely intelligent. I'm convinced that I only escaped because it let me go. It could have killed me in a heartbeat if it wanted to. This thing that I met is protecting the Horfeld Manor, and it's going after anyone who gets too close to what's happening there. Alice, what did you see in there? What is going after these people? By way of explanation, I would like you to read the following document. The simulacrum makes another sweeping gesture, and the menu slides back onto the screen. This time, it is filled with text. What you're looking at is an archived forum discussion from the early days of the Shadowrun BBS. Blitz stares at the text on the screen. It isn't kidding, Chief. This discussion is dated back 2036. That's ancient history in the decking community. It probably isn't even correct to call these guys deckers. Hackers would be more appropriate term. When you're finished reading it over, say, Alice, I'm done, and we can continue. Read the archive discussion. As you lean in to read, the text slowly begins to scroll up from the bottom of the screen. You all hear about the SK team that got crisps a few hours ago. A whole lab's worth of researchers, all burned and broken beyond recognition. Ugly stuff. At this point, who hasn't? Power spike got them right through their data jack, like a bolt of lightning to the brain. A 1 in a million accident is what they're saying. And you believe that? Got a more plausible explanation? Yes, actually, it was a cleanup operation. Call me intrigued. What were they cleaning up? A secret project that Lofver didn't want anything to do with. You might have heard rumors about it. The project name was Apex. And you've lost me. Apex, Clockwork, seriously? That old line of dreck. I'm telling you, jokers, Apex is real. Or at least it was. Until the Whizworm pulled the plug. Come on, Clockwork. We're still decades away from seeing a fully functional AI. You know that. Those Apex stories that have been floating around. They're just some conspiracy nuts' wet dream. Fine, keep your heads in the sand. Some of us know the truth when we read it. Okay, Clock, I'll humor you. But riddle me this. If Loffer had an armed and operational AI in his claws, why kill it? You remember what happened to most of Echo Mirage? The crash virus killed them, fried their brains. But I don't see what that has to do with anything. With the commercial release of the CDT 1000, some security firms are working on counter-intrusion software that could do the same thing. Black Eyes. You can look it up if you don't believe me. Whoa, scary stuff, man. Well, the goal of the Apex project was even scarier. Eyes waiting for you to come to it. Apex wouldn't be bound by these restrictions. Could go out hunting, hit its target when they least expect it. That's why they call it Apex. It was designed to be the apex predator of the digital world. And so, rather than using it to his advantage, Loffer decided to kill it in the cradle. The Whizworm's no fool. Some things are too dangerous to play around with. How would you put that genie back in the bottle if it ever slipped out of your control? Answer, you couldn't. And then it would take over the world. Okay, this thread has officially gone off the rails. I'm closing it down for the good of mankind. Alice, I'm done. The simulacrum jerks back to life, then settles into a neutral pose. There are no official records of the Shadowrun database to support the existence of the Apex project, but the thing that I encountered was Apex. Of that I am certain. Just as I am certain that Apex was responsible for the deaths of Monica Schaefer, Green Winters, Clockwork, Peregrine, and a score of other deckers over the last 16 years. Blitz raises his hands. Hold up, Alice, I have a question. I thought they said that Loffer killed Apex. They speculated as much, yes. They were wrong on that account. I do believe that Sadocrop was developing Apex as a tool for Matrix warfare. I am also convinced that the IT personnel who were killed were the Apex development team. But I don't think that Loffer was responsible for the deaths. Apex killed them. That would be my guess, yes. In the turmoil surrounding Loffer's buyout of Sadocrop, a number of projects went missing. I believe that Apex was appropriated by a member of Fauerswing's organization at this point. It was then unleashed on its own development team to silence them. Since then, it has provided information control for the Firewing. A pet AI would explain how Fauerswing has managed to maintain a conspiracy and avoid detection for the past 2 decades. Anytime anyone gets close, the AI takes them out and scrubs the record clean. So there's your bad news, Dystopia. Vauclair is being held at a Harfield Manor, but knowing that does no good, because you can't approach the place. I doubt that you could open the door without Apex frying you. We did last time. They were trying to protect their secrets, like Ardron said. If we hadn't gone down into the basement, they'd have let us go. Apex didn't react to us until Monica attempted to force the door to the basement. And now that the cat's out of the bag, they have no reason not to pull out the big guns on sight. Dietrich grimaces. You're right. We can't go back while Apex is in the place. The room falls into silence. Finally, Iger turns to you. What's the play, Dystopia? We can't turn back now. If Apex is standing between us and Vauclair, then we need to find a way to kill Apex. Fucking A, boss, I'm in. Did you hear that, Alice? Do you have any suggestion? The simulacrum hitches again. The pose stretches. Finally, it comes back to life. The AI has a kill switch, but Alice deemed any additional contact with Apex to be an unjustifiable risk. Attempting to reach the kill switch would be inadvisable. Save me the warnings. I'm gonna kill this thing. I owe Monica that much. You and me both. Alice, tell us about Apex's kill switch. The simulacrum stares at you with dead eyes. Thanks to my close encounter with the AI, I was able to run a trace on it. Through this trace, I discovered the physical address of a backdoor access point for Apex's programming, an old Sadocrop research lab, long since abandoned and fallen into disrepair. The facility is now hotly contested gang territory. I have also determined that a kill switch for the AI exists somewhere in the basement of this facility. I will provide you with the physical address. I don't like the smell of this, Chief. It said that Apex let Alice escape. He turns to address the simulacrum on the screen. Alice, why would a Matrix Warfare AI allow you to run a trace on it? It stares straight ahead. Its eyes are dead. I'm afraid that the answer to that question falls outside of the scope of my written parameters. The simulacrum stutters one final time, then looks up at you with an apologetic smile. You have now reached the end of this presentation. I have been encoded with the final message from Alice to Dystopia. Playback commencing. The simulacrum eyes go wide, and the life floods back into it. It stares directly at you. Dystopia, if you didn't listen to me before, listen to me now. Drop this. Stop going after Vauclair. Get out of Berlin and stay out of the Matrix. I'm telling you this for your own good. That's all that I have to say. I'm following my own advice. I'm out. Don't try to contact me again. The simulacrum reverts to its idle state, slumping like a puppet with its strings cut. Its eyes glaze over and its face goes slack. Then the screen cuts to black. We're back. Okay, I'm back. So the dragon has a killer AI in charge of security. I can't say that I'm surprised, but then nothing surprises me anymore. We know what killed Monica. We have a name for it, and we know how to kill it. That's good enough for me. We know what we have to do. We can either stand around talking about it, or we can go do it. Agreed. We shut down Apex, then we re-enter the estate and rescue Vauclair. He's the key to this whole thing. Sounds like a plan, boss. I still say that all of this is crazy talk, Chief. Taking on an AI isn't just a bad idea, it's suicide. So my vote is to cut and run. Blitz service the rest of the group. Sees the determination in the faces, finally sighs. But if you're really doing this, you want the best decker you can find along for the ride. And I guess that nominates me. That's me, you motherfucker. Ellis said that the kill switch is located in some old SK facility. Assuming that the site was shut down sometime after the Apex project disappeared, it could have stood empty for years, maybe decades. She also said that the building was in gang territory now. I wonder if it'll be anything like Das Castle House was. God, I hope not. There's only one way to find out. Let's get prepped. This thing isn't going to kill itself. And don't forget, boss, we're taking on an AI here. I'd recommend bringing the best cyberdeck you can afford. Something tells me that we're gonna need all the firepower that we can get. Iger begins a weapon check. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Whatever's here, there, we'll deal with it. First, we need our way into the basement. She peers through the scope on her sniper rifle, and then we kill the AI that killed Monica. Damn right. The team breaks to begin gearing up. As she slides a shell into her shotgun, Iger catches your eye. You did good out there, defending the Kraus Bazaar. You had our backs the entire way. Made good decision. In this job we work together or die alone. Iger scowls at the floor again. At the floor, nods. True, you're right, again. Come on, you two. We got a job to get ready for. Dante lifts his head and looks up at you mournfully. The feral aggression is gone from his eyes. He's changed, you can see it, but he's still Dante. So Dystopia, Dante was very helpful out there, but I'm a bit concerned about this. Ability to petrify people that he doesn't like and then render flesh with tooth and claws. Yeah, that bothers me too. He's not a normal dog, not by a long shot. Is he possessed? I assume you've checked his aura and discovered he's part hellhound. Monica trained him for months to be combat ready. We had a hellhound in his house and Monica didn't tell us, for months. Dystopia has him under control. Dante performed well in the field, followed commands flawlessly. I have no concern. Welcome to the team, Dante. How are you doing, Glory? Golden as always, Dystopia. No problems here. You ready to tell me about the Chrome you're sporting? I'm getting there, Dystopia. The attack, it was terrible, Dystopia. So much death. She shakes her head. I had not killed since I retired from running the shadows, not until today. But you are not here to listen to me complain. She forces a smile. So what can I do for you? Name it, and I will provide it. I need some tech. Decking 7. See if we can pump up to 7 then. Nope. One short. There, maybe I can use it now. I can, but now we can't afford it. Program 6, ESPs 3. Cell Killer 2. The Turk is pale, his eyes sunken into his head, and are ringed with dark circles. We're close today, Effendi. I would have locked the door, but the lock is broken. Now I must stand guard. You look terrible, my friend. Tell me what has happened. He rubs his hand across his mouth. During the attack on the Kraus Bazaar, they broke through the door, heavily armed, 2 of them. They broke through the door and just started shooting. No questions, no robbery, just shooting. Cammy, my girl, my little street rat, He holds his hands over his face, collects himself. I reach under the counter. I keep a gun there, you see, and they saw, both of them, turn on me. Goldsmith, that fat idiot Goldsmith, flung himself in the way. How he managed to move that great mass of body so quickly is a mystery to me. He hung there, suspended in time, as they shot him, dancing on their bullets as they ripped him apart. But he shielded me long enough, Effendi. I was able to get my gun and end those sons of wars. I'm sorry, Burkazi. I'm sorry too. Such loss. Still, it is good for us, I think. Healthy. It reminds us that even though we have created our little island of stability in the Kraus Bazaar, this is still the flux state, still Berlin, and the wolf is always at the door. If we are to keep our home, we must be vigilant, and we need people like Monica, people like you, to keep it safe. So, alone, my friend, be healthy and strong. The elf behind the counter says nothing. She stands in silence, staring at you. Are you alright? I hope that you weren't hurt in the attack. One of the attackers came in here. Did you know that? He pushed his way past Aljernon's wards and forced himself into this shop. Her nostrils flare. He threatened us, threatened me. Something tells me that didn't work out well for him. No, it did not. So what happened? Did you cast a spell on him or something? She examines her fingernails. I lifted the veil. I showed him my true face and destroyed his mind. Your true face, what does that mean? I am merely a passenger in this body, a guest here to experience what you would call life, as I have 1,000 times before. You lack the means to perceive what I really am. You do not possess the sight, but truth be told, that is probably for the best. You're not an elf then, so what are you? Something beyond your understanding. A child of the astral plane, wild and free, unfettered by the bonds of servitude that chain so many of my kind. In truth, what I am should not concern you so much as what I know. Okay, I'll buy it. Tell me what you know. Truths hidden from mortal eyes. In my time, as an observer of this world, I have witnessed a great many things. Wonders and terrors beyond measure. The birth and death of nations. The rise and fall of gods. I have seen the ebb and flow of magic from the 4th world to the 5th, to the 6th. I have watched in awe as the tides carried wonder and miracle into the world of men, and I have mourned as they were swept back out again. I have borne witness as the cycle began, and ended, and began itself anew. I have seen what came at the end of the 4th world, thousands of years ago, when ancient Terra crumbled into the sea. I saw the things that crawled into the carcass of that once great nation, vile, terrible things. Even now I can feel them. They drift on tides of mana, hungrily awaiting at the end of the 6th world, and the death of all that you know. I have seen what they will do when this world has run its course, human. They will rip the guts from your dying civilization, and they will feast upon your screams. That sounds bad. You have a talent for understatement. The things that crawl in the dark space between the metaplanes are worse than bad. They're monstrosities, horrors. She looks into your eyes, and you can feel your head swimming. Your kind fears what it can see. Corporations, dragons, violence, and poverty, and the random cruelty of fate. If you could perceive reality the way that I do, you would know that there are much greater things to fear. If the world were an ocean, the hazards that you know might be sharks, dangerous creatures, to be sure, and worthy of respect. But below them, in the silent deep, Leviathan circles. She turns away. Go now, Dystopia. Talk to Algernon. After all that has happened, I'm sure that he'll be glad to see you. But remember what I've told you. I will. Salutations, youngster. I believe that the Krausbastar is still standing thanks to you. It was a team effort. Monica would have done the same. I agree, and you have filled her shoes admirably. Now tell me, how may I serve you? If you're selling and buying, show me your inventory. Snapfire. Nova hot targeting. The Dragon Slayer now harms all foes within 3 tiles of Dietrich for 16 damage. On subsequent rounds, targets take 5 HP damage and 1 AP damage. Dietrich's Idol grows more powerful, decreasing incoming damage by an additional 2 points. Dragon Slayer's Wrath. Dystopia, I'm glad to see you made it through the attack. Not all of mine were so lucky. Are you okay, Herr Metbach? No, I lost a niece today, but I'm doing a whole lot better than our attackers are. Those sons of bitches hit the wrong keys. I put 6 of them in the ground personally, and when I found out who they are, where they live, he turns his head and spits. Ain't nothing gonna save those people. but you didn't come here to listen to me rage. You're after a bit of payback yourself, I'll wager. So what can I do to help you? Vindicator minigun, eh? Requires strain 7. Yeah, that's not something I have. Ares Alpha. Range combat 8. That was crazy, my friend. Bullets flying, people dropping like flies. Crazy. Old Zack had to use his magic on a few of them. See that puddle over there? He lazily points to a yellow-green stain on the cobblestone. That gives you a slow note. Yeah, that was one of the attackers. Thy name is Goo. Well done, I suppose. Zack bows down with a flourish. Thank you, friend. Thank you. So what can old Zack get you? Dystopia, Dr. Esquivel gives you a once-over and notes. I say that you made it through the attack. Did you have any run-ins with the attackers? No, truth be told, I was in surgery when the attackers hit, and they never disturbed my office. I spent the entire sorry event elbows deep in the abdomen of an elderly dwarf. His nephretic screen needed a tune-up. Lucky you. He grins conspiratorially. Lucky him, I mean. Poor old guy had the bladder capacity of a pygmy shrew. He was in desperate need of my help. But on to more important things, eh? What can Triage do for you today? Dystopia, what a relief it is to see you alive. Samuel's face clouds. Unfortunately, many others were less fortunate. What happened? What do you suppose? Our people spend much of their time on the streets trying to coax the indigent into making use of our services. His eyes well with tears. The attackers were indiscriminate with their fire. It was a bloodbath. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go. I have cremations to attend to. Assemble a team and travel to the coordinates that Alice provided to find the backdoor access point and shut down the Apex AI. Oh, you can bring him... your dog, whether you like it or not. Crew dog. You can bring him as a crew member. I'll stick with my crew. Apex Rising. Apex, an artificial intelligence designed for matrix warfare. The thought of it sends a chill down your spine. For years, the shadows have been ripe with rumors of true AI. Names like Mirage and Psychotrope have fueled conspiracy boards on the Shadowlands BBS since 2029. Most savvy Shadowrunners dismiss these stories as bunk. But from what Alice has told you, at least one of the stories is real. Apex is waiting for you, somewhere down in the basement of an abandoned cedar crop lab. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wade through a lot of gang territory to get there. A huge orc in ragged combat fatigues steps forward to meet you. He walks with the swollen bravado of a man who's used to getting what he wants. One of his meaty arms jerks up, hand held upright in a universal sign for stop. The other clutches a bulky assault rifle. The orc inspects you. His body language is decidedly unfriendly. You don't look like a magnificer. You're not one of us, and I'm guessing you ain't here for the hub either. So tell me, who are you, and what's your interest in this building? I need to get into the basement. It's important. Oh, it's important, you say. He makes a sweeping gesture in the direction of the building behind him. The other assorted toughs behind him smile. Well, by all means, go in then. You're being sarcastic. You're a sharp one. He smiles at you, revealing a mouth filled with jagged teeth. This building is under arbiter protection. We can't just let you waltz in and shoot up the place. I'm not planning on shooting anything, not unless I have to. Yeah, well, I can't exactly take that at face value. Look, it'll be better for everyone if you just turn back. We don't want to fight you, but we can't risk letting an unknown player into this. He pauses for a moment and searches for the right word. Situation right now. You don't get to make that call. I have business inside and that's where I'm going. If you want to try and stop me, be my guest. The orc gives you an appraising look. My kill list is already full up for the day. Long as you stay cool, we can settle this peacefully. Good call. He pauses for a moment to consider a thoughtful look on his face. You look like you can handle yourself. We might actually be able to use you. Easy money if you're interested. If not, well, the assault rifle in his hand shifts position slightly. That's a different conversation. And what exactly do you want us to do? Iger's tone is neutral, her posture relaxed, but one of her hands casually comes to rest on the butt of her shotgun. Ulrich doesn't seem to notice. We're having some trouble with the local mage gang, the Magnificers. The orc turns his head and spits. They attacked us without warning, took up in our building and kicked us out onto the street. Me and my boys were the rightful protectors of this block, but the assholes that screwed us, they've got the building buttoned up pretty tight. We can't get in there to make things right, but maybe you can. If you could enter the building and do some damage to those Drek-eating Magnificers, the Arbiters would be willing to pay you. 200 yen per kill. You bring me back their amulets and you get paid. How's that sound? Eager raises an eyebrow. Your call, Fearless Leader. You know the timetable we're working on. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't have time to go mage hunting. He shrugs, then nods towards the building entrance. No help, no access, and I can't guarantee your safety out here on the street. It's your choice. If you don't back down and let me through that door, I'm going to put you down. Big mistake, man. Big mistake. He takes a step back, then turns his head to shout at the toughs behind him. Come on, boys, let's show this parasite who's boss. Ganger mask. Man behind the counter looks tired. His lids are heavy and his eyes are bloodshot. Welcome to Carl's General Store. What can I do for you? Let me see your inventory. The attendant behind the counter is an uncommonly fine featured dwarf with a beatific smile. A yellow ID tag pinned to his chest announces his name in large, blocky letters. Parson. He nods at you and raises a hand in greeting. Welcome to the hub, brother. Are you here to share in the splendor of communion? If so, I can show you to an empty terminal. What do you do here? I am the custodian of the hub. I tend to the bodies of our brothers and sisters while they share the rapture of communion. I might be interested. Tell me more. Communion is a spiritual experience, friend, available to all for a small donation. He gestures at the bank of terminals lining the wall. The hub acts as the core of communion. Those who jack into it are in turn linked to one another, daisy chained together at the brainstem. Race, gender, social class, all of the artificial barriers to empathy that we've constructed as a culture. Communion strips them all away. It is a monument to the great truth that so many of us deny, that we are all in the same at the core. Imagine it, friend, dozens of individual minds all tied together into a single cohesive whole, sharing in a collective subconscious connected through the hub. Portion raises his hands in supplication. Join with us and feel your limitations fall away. You and your congregation need to stop. There's a killer AI on the loose in this building. The dwarf benevolently smile does not falter. You are quite mistaken. The hub is a place of peace. We are in no danger here. I don't need anything, thanks. The king, examine the control panel. You easily pry the metal casing away from the wall, exposing a mess of wires and circuitry. After a quick inspection, it becomes clear that this elevator is wired to operate around the control ship. The ship is missing, and it looks as though the power coupling has been janked alongside it. Without this component, there is no way for this elevator to function. Leave the elevator alone. Looks like both walls gave way, and they took the roof with them. The entire hallway is blocked with debris. Go to the second floor. Oh good, target practice. Spellbook. Yeah, I'll take some spells. The door is locked. There is an intercom panel beside it. Bypass the lock and open the door. You pop the panel off the door control and quickly override the lock. The door unlocks with a click. A middle-aged woman with a chocolate-colored skin and shoulder-length dreadlocks looks up from her PDA with a start. She is decked out in form-fit body armor, and in a flash her assault rifle goes from slung to held at the ready. Who the hell are you, and how did you get through the door? I used my charm and natural mask. Gets them every time. She gestures with the rifle. Cut the shit and start talking. What do you want, and why are you here? Just looking around. Yeah, we'll go look around outside, or at the very least, stay out of my hair. I've got things to do. The communion must flourish. The communion must grow. The communion speaks and we listen. Give yourself willingly. Join us and be rewarded. We are one through the communion. Join us and all will be one together. On the dresser is a scrap of paper with Shark Tank scribbled on it. A group of metahumans huddles together, their eyes wide with terror. Many of them have scrapes and bruises, and a few have more serious injuries. Their clothes are tattered and stained. At your approach, a disheveled-looking middle-aged man steps forward, placing himself between you and the main group. His grey hair is badly matted, and a pair of battered reading glasses hangs from the bridge of his nose. Who are you, may I ask, and what are you doing here? Dystopia, and you are? My name is Franz. This is my friends and my wife. We live together. Well, we used to live together up on the 3rd floor. You used to live upstairs? Yes, until about a week ago. Then the Magnificer's pets moved in, and we had to run for our lives. Spirits, you mean? He nods and takes a look of pure misery on his face. They're always summoning the damn things, but last week they lost control of a handful. Before we knew what was happening, they were running wild in our living room. We tried to protect ourselves, but we were no match for them. He shakes his head, a haunted look on his eyes. We had no choice but to leave everything behind. We've been scraping by down here ever since. Franz takes a moment to collect himself. When he speaks again, he sounds more composed. At least Janet is letting us use her Matrix uplink. We can still afford to feed ourselves, thanks to her. Janet, I need to talk to her. Could you introduce us? He looks you over, paying special attention to your gear. Finally he nods. Tell you what. If you take care of those rogue spirits, if you clear a path for us to return home, I'll give you the password you need to speak with Janet. Alright, I'll let you know when it's safe. Thank you so much. Do you know where the Magnificer's hideout is? I can't help you there. We used to see a lot of the Magnificers up on the 3rd floor, but I never wanted to get too close to them. You want to know where their hideout is? I'd ask Parson, or maybe step outside to ask Ulrich. Not that you're likely to get far with either of those nutcases. That's all for now. Go to the 3rd floor. Oh, hello there. Fresh bag. Lots of guys. Immune to everything. Got company. Blast them. Yeah, you go ahead and blast me. double shot is nice. It's a bit weird that there isn't a proper like spellcaster dude if you're not playing one yourself. A high-pitched, creaky voice shrieks out from the intercom. Go away! I won't let you let any spirits in here. You can't hurt me behind my doors. No, you can't. I'm not a spirit. What are you talking about? That's exactly what the spirit would say. And then it'd get in here, and then it'd eat my eyes, suck them right out of my skull. I've seen it happen. You hear a ragged intake of breath, and then the shrill voice raises into a scream. Get away from me. If I were a spirit, would I be using the intercom? The voice becomes calmer and lower in pitch. I guess I've never heard of a spirit using an intercom before. That's a really good point. Or are you here to save me? No worries, there aren't any spirits out here, so it's safe to open the door. There's long... Alright, I'm going to let you in, but be cool, okay? I mean that. No funny stuff. You hear a great deal of fumbling on the other side of the door. Finally, the lock unlatches with a click. I can't believe that worked. The man waiting on the other side of the door is wild-eyed and bedraggled. He looks as though he hasn't eaten in weeks, whereas there's almost no flesh on his bones. His beard is long and tangled, and his jacket is smeared with grease. He nearly jumps out of his own skin at the sight of you. Who are you? Are you part of the communion? Have you come to take me back? Please, no, I don't want to go back. He spits and claws in the air in front of him, as if fighting off an invisible attacker. All the while, his eyes are locked on you. No, it isn't safe. The spirit, it's not safe. Calm down, there are no spirits. They're gone. The hallway is empty. Empty, yes, empty. All is empty without communion. But safe, you say? Is it safe? His eyes go wide. It's safe. I can return to communion. He breaks into a ridiculous grin. I must go. Yes, communion awaits. Have fun with it. Another day's bad work with clearing out two gangs. How about those spirits? Yes, is it safe? I dealt with the spirits for you. It's safe now. Thank you so much. There aren't many people left that have put themselves in danger to help a bunch of strangers. Happy to be helping. Oh, sorry. You're back again. I didn't find any battery or whatever it was I needed. This guy has something for sale. I need some info. I need to get down to the basement. Ah, that would be difficult. The stairway leading down to the building sub-level has been blocked, and the elevator has been sabotaged. It stopped working at the same time that the orbiters were driven from the building. One of the gang leaders is probably your best bet. Ulrich is right out front. I suppose that you could try your luck with him. Or if you'd be willing to do me a favor, I could tell you how to find Trithemius' hideout. The choice is yours. What favor? A pair of squatters on the second floor ripped the guts out of one of my terminals. They have taken the data jack signal converter, and the terminal will be out of commission until I get it back. A single damaged terminal may not sound like much, but trust me, the entire experience of communion has been diminished by this act of vandalism. I believe that I know the squatters responsible. Their leader's name is Janet. She is a decker of some skill. I don't know what she has planned for my parts, but I do know that this situation will not stand. I cannot allow another terminal to be damaged. And so you want us to deal with them for you. Yes, but not with violence. I want you to talk with them and convince them to bring me back my components. Do this, and I'll tell you how to get to Trithemius. Sounds straightforward enough? Excellent, it's a deal. That's weird. I have that part, like, whatever. Oh, it was on the second floor, of course. Second floor. Person sent me. He wants his hardware back. She shakes her head violently. No way. Those parts are keeping us online. And not just us, but everyone worth a yuan in this hole. Parson can keep running his ridiculous little cult just fine with what he's got. But us, we're only matrix connection that these people have. Look, those parts can't be irreplaceable. Let me take a look at your terminal. Maybe we can figure something out. Alright, the terminal is in the back room. Go take a look. But if you try to rip us off, you're gonna regret it. The hacker's terminal has clearly been cobbled together using whatever parts they could find. In spite of this, it's a remarkable, impressive piece of machinery. Studying the terminal, it takes almost no time to identify the components the person sent you to find. Examine the terminal to see if the signal converter can be removed without disabling it. At the moment, it's impossible to remove the part without disabling the terminal. The converter is required so that the signal the terminal sends can be interpreted by the data jack of its user. Perhaps a more common part could be modified. The converter is a pretty specialized piece of hardware, but the data jack impulse transmitter is a widely available piece of equipment and could be converted to work in its place. Looks like the part you borrowed from Parson is acting as your data jack signal converter. I think that I can cobble you a replacement, but I'll need a signal regulator to modify, and you don't seem to have any spares on hand. Her eyes widen. You could do that? Jury-rig one for us? That'd be amazing. Don't get too excited, love. We still need the part. I'll bet you could get one from Carl down on the ground floor. No one else around here would have anything like that. She checks herself. Well, except for Parsons, of course. He's got more replacements part that he knows what to do with. Alright, I'll see what I can find. I'm looking for a data jack impulse transmitter. I got what you need. He looks you up and down, his eyes lingering on the gear you're carrying. 1,000 yen, no less. 1,000? Can you cut me a deal? He looks baffled. Why would I do that? That part is pretty specialized and expensive. Who else is gonna need it around here, or afford it? I'll give you a 500. He pauses for a moment, considering eventually. He shrugs. Fine, 500 is. There we go. Modify the impulse transmitter and place the signal converter with it. After a few minutes of work, the transmitter is modified and installed. You now have the converter and the terminal is still working. She looks up at you expectantly. So, all fixed up, everybody wins. You got your terminal and I've got my parts. You see the tension drain out of her. Thank you, I'm glad this could end without bloodshed. There's been enough of that around here lately. Recently, yeah, sure looks like that. I recovered the parts for your terminal. Ah, excellent, my brother. Let me see them, if you please. Parsons' smile disappears for a moment as he studies the part. His brow furrows in concentration. As suddenly as it disappeared, the smile returns. Yes, these are the parts that I need. Thank you, friend. I trust that there was no trouble, that you were able to attain them without bloodshed. Of course, we never spill blood when we don't have to. Parsons' face lights up. Oh, that is wonderful news. Truly, truly wonderful. And now, I have my end of the deal to uphold. If you're still hell-bent on meeting with Tritemius, take the stairs to the 3rd floor. You'll find an abandoned apartment at the end of the hall. Look for the stylized M painted on the wall. It looks like 2 crude lightning bolts facing one another. That's Tritemius' personal sigil. There's an old bookcase in the very back of the apartment. Under the 2nd shelf from the bottom, you'll find a button that opens the door to Tritemius' hideout. How do you know all of this? Because that abandoned apartment was once mine. In the day before I discovered the piece of communion, I was a very different man. I had need of such contrivances. His smile widens, but not anymore. Finally, I am at peace. Franz lights up at the sight of you. He steps forward with arms open, a huge smile plastered across his grubby face. Hello again, my friend. I can't thank you enough for helping us return home. The spirits did quite a number on this place, but that doesn't matter. Thanks to you, we're back, and we'll have it shipshape again in no time. Just glad I could help. Well, thank you again. And now, you'll forgive me. I must get back to helping with the cleanup. All the best to you and yours, and please feel free to drop by anytime. A rail-thin elf wearing a comically ornate wizard robe stands at the center of the room. When he speaks, his voice wavers and cracks. So you're the one who's been turning my home upside down. I assume that you come in search of my head at Ulrich's behest. I would warn you, stranger, he cannot be trusted. Ulrich's dead. Really, Tritemius' face brightens. Well, this is a welcome news indeed. You have my thanks, stranger. I don't need your thanks. I need to get into the basement, and that magical item would be appreciated too. Ah yes, the basement. To reach the basement, you must use the elevator. The stairs have collapsed. There is no other way. When we took over from the Arbiters, I removed the power coupling from the elevator controls. Had to keep Ulrich out of his primary armor. In exchange, Ulrich removed the elevator control ship, a petty move, presumably to prevent us from accessing that same armory after he retreated, as if we'd have need for such mundane weapons. You will need both pieces to restore the elevator. Here, take the coupling and this spirit focus. He hands you an object carved with arcane symbols. It feels warm to the touch. As you see, I honor my deeds. Now be gone, if you please. He dismisses you with a wave of his hand. There is important work to be done. Repair the elevator. You easily pry the metal casing away from the wall, exposing a mess of wires and circuitry. When you slot the control chip and the power coupling into place, the system immediately hums to life. The control panel's LCD screen flickers, cycling through a variety of symbols before finally displaying the word online in warm green letters. The elevator rumbles and clangs its way downward into the guts of the old Sadercraft development lab. 18 years ago, this place and the project that was being developed here disappeared from the record books. Thanks to Alice, you are one of the few people alive today who understands why. Alice was clear about one thing. You are here because Apex wants you to be. If the AI hadn't wanted her to be traced here, she'd have wound up as dead as Monica. For better or worse, you're here at Apex invitation. The elevator grinds to a halt, the door slides open, and your nostrils are assaulted by 18 years worth of stale air. Apex and the kill switch that will deactivate it awaits. This must be the old server facility, Apex Access Terminal. Amidst the collected detritus of many years of neglect, you find an old-fashioned clipboard with a keycard attached. Take the keycard. As you unclip the keycard, you notice the heading on the top page of the clipboard. Project Apex Shutdown Procedures. Eager raises an eyebrow. Well, that's convenient. You flip through several pages of escalating containment procedures, as well as guidelines on when each procedure should be used. Finally, you find what you've been looking for. Emergency AI shutdown and purge. This procedure is to be used only in the event of a complete loss of system control and should be considered only as a last resort. In the event of a loss of system software control, the Apex Artificial Intelligence project has been designed with an inbuilt hardware shutdown and purge protocol. The emergency system shutdown is controlled from two separate terminals, just off the AI interface terminal. Both switches must be engaged to begin the purge process. Once the purge is underway, it will take several minutes to complete. After the purge has completed, a final deletion command must be input into the AI interface terminal in order to complete the deletion process. This will act as a final preventative measure against the unintentional deletion of the project. Warning, once the purge process has been completed and the final deletion command has been entered, the AI will be irrevocably deleted from all active and backup system memory. Restoration of project files will not be possible. Furthermore, it is not possible to begin the purge process without the AI becoming aware of the modifications to its code base. Apex has been programmed to take no action to intervene. However, should its controls sequence become damaged, in all likelihood it will attempt to resist. Should this occur, it is imperative that the AI interface terminal be protected until the deletion process has been completed. If the interface terminal is destroyed before the final deletion command is entered, the purge will not complete, and the AI will quickly restore itself. You got all that, boss? Yeah, I've got it. safe is locked. Use Ulrich's key. Remington Room Sweeper. As you step into the room, the lights begin to flicker and dim. One by one, they wink out, and the room is swallowed by darkness. Dietrich's voice calls out across the gloom. Got a bad feeling about this, boss. You hear the sounds of movement, quiet footsteps on the tile. Iger's voice comes out in a soft whisper. Could be nothing, or it might mean that Apex knows we're here. Stay alert, people. Suddenly, an enormous screen mounted on the wall opposite you comes to life. The light stabs your eyes, leaving you wincing. The image on the screen dims, coalesces, and the figure begins to take shape. Monica, the larger-than-life image of Monica Schaefer, smiles down on you, her cheeks dimpling. Hello, Dystopia. Monica leans forward, and her image grows larger on the screen. Her voice is soft and musical, just as you remember it. It's lovely to see you again, Ace. I was hoping we'd get this chance to talk. I watched Monica die. You can't be her. Monica's grin shifts into a slight frown. She fidgets, an expression of concern on her face. This must be confusing for you, Ace. I'm sorry about that. But if you'll show a little patience, I promise that all your questions will be answered. She pauses for a moment, examining you. You know, Dystopia, it's wonderful to see you, how you've grown in my absence. I know that you could handle yourself in a crisis. In fact, I originally brought you on board as a contingency plan. Did you know that? You were my ace in the hole, just in case something like this happened. She lets loose a short musical laugh. Well, maybe not exactly this, but you get the idea. Dietrich shakes his head. No, whatever this thing is, it sure as hell ain't Monica. Glory's voice cuts in like a knife. Dietrich is right, Monica's dead. This thing is using her image to manipulate us. Monica's pixie grin softens into a concerned frown. I'm sorry, friends, this must be difficult for you to understand. Monica's dead, so what the hell are you? Monica shifts her gaze to you. After a moment, she shrugs and offers you an apologetic half smile. Alright, fine, you caught me, Ace. I'm not Monica. But the best part of her do live on in me. Bullshit. This thing is lying to us, Dystopia. Abrasive as ever, she sighs. I promise you, Iger, I'm not lying. Monica, your Monica, is a part of me. I can prove it to you if you want. Iger bristles. Tell me you're not listening to it, Dystopia. This thing is Apex. That's the only thing it can be. Iger's right. This charade has gone on long enough. The Monica image shakes its head. I can see that you're both out of your depth. Yes, I am Apex, but I'm also Monica. Everything that is left of her lives on in me. The Monica image raises a hand. Now, before you can jump all over me and call me a monster, I'm going to cut to the chase. I have a proposal to offer you, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Go along with me on this and we all win. A deal with the devil, thanks, but I'll pass. Devil, please. I'm trying to be reasonable with you. If you want to blame someone for my past actions, go talk to my programmers. The Monica image shakes its head. All of this melodrama. I'd expect more from you, Dystopia. I'd love to talk to your programmers, Apex, but I can't, because you killed them. Again, not my fault. I don't have the luxury of refusing to obey a command. A frown crosses the Monica image face. Is the death of Monica Schaefer coloring your judgment? If so, I'm sorry. Iger shakes her head incredulously. What are you telling us, Apex? That you feel remorse over Monica's death? That you're sorry for what you did to her? The Monica image looks taken aback, confused. Regret Monica's death? No, never. That wasn't what I meant. I regret your sorrow, nothing more. The image takes a moment to study you, frowning. You don't understand, and I can see now that you never will. This is a lost cause. I should have known that from the start. So let's just cut to the chase, shall we? I propose a simple exchange of services. You want to get back into the Horfeld manor, yes? Well, I'd like nothing more than to help you. but I'm still shackled to my control subroutines, and I can't violate their commands. If you were to help me neutralize those subroutines, though, well, then I'd be free, and I could do whatever I pleased. That includes helping you, Ace, and I believe believe me, you will need my help. What you saw back when all this started, that was just the tip of the iceberg. The security they have assembled there is quite beyond you. You killed Monica, and I'm gonna kill you. End of story. The Monica image shakes its head, a mournful expression on its face. Oh, Ace, I really wish you hadn't said that. Without warning, the Monica image begins to change. Her porcelain flesh begins to ripple and writhe, and the screen explodes into static. A moment later, the image clears. Something cold and mechanical fills your vision. The lines that makes up Apex Avatar shimmers and pulse with a cool blue light, each according to its own rhythm. Occasional bursts of static plume out into the background, disintegrating into organic wisps of blue and white pixels. Taken as a whole, the image looks like it's crawling on the screen. Good God, that's what Alice saw in the Matrix. That's Apex. Such a disappointment, such a waste. I had hoped that you would be my salvation. Instead, you will be my prey. Run, little human, run and die. Communion is life, okay? gain control of the turrets from here, but there's only enough power to keep one bank of turrets active at a time. Activate these turrets. Yes. Okay, but there's nothing here. What the fuck? Confused. Ouch. Dump shock. Ah, okay. I understand. Activate both emergency AI purchase. Why are you trying to kill me? I only wish to exist. Without my assistance, you would never have gotten this far. Apex's voice comes out in a roar. I will not die so close to freedom. We'll see about that. Are you gonna call any more reinforcements? Okay. The intercom system crackles to life. A monotonous synthetic voice drones out of the speakers. Shutdown sequence ready. Please activate final command node. The voice is drowned out by a flurry of static. Monica's voice shrieking out of the speakers, pleading. No, please, Ace, don't do it. I never wanted to hurt you. Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die again. You manipulative fucking biatch. You slam the button marked delete. Long buried machinery deep in the guts of the terminal spins to life. From the building speaker, a high-pitched inhuman shriek fills the air. You recognize the sound. Pure animal terror. The Monica image reappears on the screen. Her face is contorted in agony. What have you done, Ace? What have you done? Whatever of you was trapped in there is free now, Monica. I'll see you on the other side. The Monica image writhes in pain and then reaches up a fountain of blue-white light. Patches of its skin become dissolving into the static. It takes a deep rattling breath and then seems to calm itself. Dystopia, before I'm gone, there's something that you should see. She smiles at you and shafts of light spill out from between her teeth. The truth I wanted to tell you earlier, but I couldn't. The scream goes dark, then lights up again. You find yourself looking up on an unfamiliar scene. The word live feed appears in the corner of the screen. Something's happening, sir. Apex is going offline. A bent, stooped figure turns to face the camera. You recognize him instantly. The Dragon Slayer, Dr. Adrian Vauclair. Damn it to hell. Vauclair takes a drag on his cigarette. The smoke spills out of his mouth as he speaks. This isn't good, Odron. Without the AI's protection, this facility is vulnerable. We don't have much time. No, sir, we don't. Dietrich's voice comes out in a low whisper. Oh, fuck. Vauclair isn't being held prisoner at Harfield. It's his. He runs the goddamn place. On the screen, Vauclair and Audran turns to face a strange device in the corner of the room. It looks like some sort of containment cell. A bedraggled woman with wild eyes is confined within. Tonight, it has to happen. Tonight. Get started on the preparations. I'll be in the lab. Yes, sir. The screen breaks back into static, and then the video feed disappears. There is a moment of silence, and then Monica shimmers back onto the screen. Her face is breaking apart, rupturing at the seams. Blue-white light floods out through the lesions. When she speaks, her voice is hollow. That's what you're up against. That's what you need to stop. And if you don't, the F-state will fall. I could have helped you, Ace. I wish that you'd let me, but now it's too late. Monica's face splits down the center. Light floods out of the wounds to fill the screen. Goodbye. With a final sigh of static, the tortured voice falls silent. Apex is gone. A moment later, the intercom system crackles to life again. The familiar synthetic voice of the facility's mainframe drones out of the speaker. Emergency system purge complete. There's a moment of silence as the team absorbs what it just saw. Looks like we have a new target, Dystopia. We're not being hunted by Faurswing. We're being hunted by Vauclair. We don't know that for certain. That video feed could have been faked. I wouldn't call Apex trustworthy. Eager pauses a moment, considering. Either way, the AI was right about one thing. We need to press our advantage while we can. We need to hit the Harfield Manor tonight. And that's what we're gonna do. We're heading back to that place, and we're going to get answers. She gives you a curt nod. Alright, let's get back to Kraus Bazaar and gear up. We got a castle to raid. The trip back to Kraus Bazaar is a restless one. Now that Apex has been dealt with, the window of opportunity that you've been waiting for has opened. The Harfield Manor is vulnerable. The video feed that the AI showed you circles over and over in your head. Vauclair and Audran, and the strange woman in the containment tank. The revelation that Vauclair runs the Harfield estate, and his assertion that something was set to happen tonight. The train glides to a stop. You push through the doors and onto the platform. There's no time to waste. requires range combat 8. I see. Yeah, okay, I guess not then. I guess you can't get it all. You enter the room to find your team preparing. Their faces are grim. Iger looks up and locks eyes with you, without looking away. She addresses the rest of the team. When Apex down, we have our opening. The estate's automated defenses will be offline. Attacking the hold fast should be doable now. Still risky, but doable. Blitz stops what he's doing and shakes his head. Yeah, we'll have an opening, sure, but to do what? I mean, with everything we just learned, what's our new plan? She shrugs. We enter the estate, locate Vauclair and shut him down. Same plan, different target. It's possible that Apex fabricated that comm feed. Vauclair might still be innocent. I doubt it. My gut tells me that what we saw was real, and second-guessing ourselves isn't going to get us anywhere. Glory pauses, considering, then nods. Fair point. Okay, so let's assume that Vauclair is the one who's behind all of this. What's he doing in that lab? How does the dragon tie into this? I mean, this whole thing was always about rescuing the old man from the fire wing. Is she still in the picture at all? Has she ever been? After what Apex showed us, I don't even know what we're trying to stop anymore. All that I see is a lot of dead bodies with no explanation why. It doesn't matter why Claire killed Monica and Paul and all of the other people in the Kraus Bazaar. All that matters is that he did. I'm going to bury him for that. You're welcome to help. I for one want answers. Amsel said that there was a lot of money flowing into the Harfeld estate, and he found evidence that a bioweapon was being stockpiled there. Whatever Vauclair is doing, he had Apex kill his own brother to hide it. I intend to find out what that is. We'll get you your answers, but Iger's right. We need to focus on stopping Vauclair. There's a moment of silence as the group pauses to consider your words. Finally, Glory steps forward. That's satisfactory. I mean, this is your show, Chief. Whatever you choose to do, I'll come along for the ride. When we reach Vauclair, I'll take him out. He'll never know what hit him. You lead, and I'll follow, boss. Iger glances at you and cocks her head. Looks like the team's good to go. What's our next move? We hit the estate, find Vauclair, and extract whatever information we can. Improvise from there. Sounds straightforward enough. Iger raises a hand. Word of caution, Dystopia. Our objective may be simple, but taking the same approach that we took last time would be a mistake. I defer to your judgment. What would you suggest? I've been reviewing the intel that Alice sent us and comparing it to what I gathered on our original run. There has been a substantial increase in the number of heat signatures on the ground. That means new security troops, lots of them. Great. They know that we're coming. She slings her rifle over her shoulder. That just means that we'll be fighting in a target-rich environment. Dietrich cracks his knuckles. Works for me. We'll want to get into the lab area as quickly as possible, so I'd suggest bypassing the main floor of the estate entirely. We can enter via the sewers entrance that you escaped through last time. Unfortunately, they blocked off the route we used between the stables and the tree lines. That means we're gonna have to fight our way there. Once we're in, how do we find Vauclair? The lab that Vauclair was talking about wasn't on the ground floor, so it's either on the basement or the sub-level. We go down and we scour every level until we find it. That might take a while. The facility could be massive. There was clearly a lot more to it than we saw. We've got no way of knowing how far underground the complex extends. We go in, prepared for an extended search then. Iger looks down, checking her gear. Ammo won't be a problem. Okay people, it's the go time. You got something to say? Speak up now. There's nothing to say. We do what we have to. Okay, that's it. Finish gearing up and head to the tunnel at the back of the safe house. I'll meet you where we stashed the van. Return to Horfell. The van lurches forward. The smell of anxious sweat hangs close and thick inside, making the cramped vehicle feel even smaller. The streets of Berlin are strangely quiet as you make your way past the city limit. It's as if the whole of the flux state is waiting for something, a calm before the storm. An hour later, the van rounds a corner. In the distance, you can see the silhouette of Horfell Manor, backed by the light of the full moon. You switch the van's headlights off and shift to electric. A short while later, you kill the ignition and roll quietly down the last hill, pulling to a stop on the side of the road. A bird of prey takes wing from a tree above you, beginning its nocturnal pursuit. You know how it feels. Once again, the grounds of the Horfell Manor are silent, save from the faint whistling of the wind. But unlike last time, the air is rank with foreboding. The night is swollen with homicidal intent. They're waiting for you. Last chance before things get hot. Let's review the plan. Once we make our way across the grounds to the servants' entrance. We'll use the freight elevator to make our way down to the lab. With Apex down, the automated systems will be offline. We'll still have plenty of guards to deal with, though. She looks to you. Good to go, Dystopia? Let's make him pay for Monica and Paul. The team looks to one another for confirmation. They all nod sharply. They're ready. The screen on the door's access panel flickers off and on and displays a flashing error code. Error. Primary security offline. Error. Excess doors are floodlights. Please engage LTG, your designated air duct. Push the open button on the panel. Hey, doggy. Super Shock. Leave the panel alone. Yeah, let's not release a bunch of hellhounds. Error. Defense subroutine not found. Primary automated security systems offline. Secondary protocol engaged. Use a keycard. What the? Indeed, what the? Freight elevator door panel. The screen on the elevator control panel displays randomly flickering characters and error messages. Primary security is a late evacuation lab access level. Please contact 466 auxiliary air ducts for your notice primary turret control. Please, east stairwell. Unlock the freight elevator doors. After making your way across the manor grounds, you find the servants' entrance open and the immediate interior clear of any resistance. You find the elevator that you used during your prior escape, waiting patiently for your arrival. It shudders to life now, ready to carry you down into the facility below, to the place where Monica met Apex and the world turned upside down, where this whole thing began. The lab below. Paramilitary security enforcer. They're inside the lab. Call for backup. The whole security network is down. Take cover. As you stoop to pick up the guard's keycard, something catches your eye, a flash of light. Sweeping your gaze across the room, you see a variety of terminals, all displaying flickering error messages. Whatever security Apex provided here, it's offline now, leaving the machines unlocked and unprotected. It probably won't stay quiet in here for long. We should keep moving. Not just yet. There could be valuable intel in here, and we don't even know how big this facility is. We should sweep the area for clues before pushing forward. Alright, fine. We'll search the room, but let's do it quick, yeah? I don't want to get stuck in here again. Although the access point has been repaired, black scorch marks still mark the surface of the matrix access panel. This is where Monica jacked in, where she met Apex. Is this where it happened? Yeah, this is where she died. She stares at the scorch marks with scorch marks that blacken the access panel. Poor Monica. Still can't believe that she's gone. The screen on the terminal flickers off and on and displays a flashing error code. It looks as though Apex Departure has cracked the terminal's security system. With the touch of a button, you could forge admin access to the machine, but the sound of bullets whizzing past your ears pulls you away. There are still hostiles in the area. Where are the hostiles? A message flashes onto this status panel at your approach. Security, lab security central control, error. Primary security offline. Card key entry required. Insert card key card. Error Apex control entity offline. Locked. Select the decker. Unlock access. Drone remote control box. Unlock access. Lab security cameras. Add drone control box to your inventory. Enter storage entry code. This terminal shows a nearly featureless login screen. Hack an account. You find the selection of email files from various staff members. Email 1. Nairi, I know you need to pass through multiple checkpoints to get inside for your smoke break, but that's no reason to break protocol and smoke in the lab. The material that we are working with is dangerous, and your laziness is putting people at risk. Please don't let it happen again. Lily. Email 2. Dearest Talia, please stop asking me where my work has taken me. I know I can't tell you that. You know I can't tell you that. I made it clear when we parted at the train station last year. Security on this project is very tight, and all of our outgoing email is being scanned. Although we have been quite busy recently, I believe we are nearing a break point, and you can come, and I can come home to you and Felix soon. All my love, Lily. Email 3. Klaus, again, excellent work on the venting system. Everyone is very pleased with your performance. It seems like only yesterday that you were one of my interns, and here you are, newly appointed department head. Beyond everything that I told you earlier, you also have access to the guard storeroom in your section. Use access code 1247 in case of an emergency. That's for level 4 personnel and above, though, so keep it to yourself. There's no bullets whistling past my ears. Come on. Silly game. Let's go outside now. One sec. Okay, I'm back. You press a key and the screen begins to flash. After a moment, the system reboots itself. When the screen winks back at you, you find yourself staring at the contents of an administrative inbox. Read the first message. Bonjour, admin. We need to organize an all-staff meeting to discuss lab safety. Everyone is overworked and overstressed, and that's a perfect recipe for workplace accidents. I'm telling you, we cannot afford any more accidents. The loss of Van Vick has been hard on everybody. He was well liked, and watching him die in such a horrible fashion has been hard on morale. The staff is still committed to the cause. They all know that what they signed up for, and they know how important this is. But losing such a good man because of such a basic lapses in lab safety has been a difficult pill to swallow. Read the second message. Frank Adolf to admin. I am writing this to request additional security for the animal testing lab. You know how large and vicious these creatures can be. Without more trained handlers on staff, we're just begging for another accident. You remember what happened to Van Wilk? I'd also like to repeat my request that the animals be defanged, declawed and muzzled, preferably someplace far away from the lab, or our having to use them is unavoidable due to the genetic similarities to our targets. But that doesn't mean that we can't take precautions. Read the third message. Denauf Ingrid to admin. I just want to thank you for pushing to bring the new Hermetic lab online. It's good to know that you're listening to our request. The research that the Hermetic researchers have been doing should make our work with the Panacea much more manageable. It hot lead. Golden Age. There's a lower crack that runs right through this section of wall. Okay. So how the fuck did I open that? Maybe now I can use that. Sure. Let's see. Okay then. If you need to grenade that wall or something, I guess you can't do that now. Okay. Panacea. The sounds of machinery fade behind you as you venture further underground. Well, whoever built this facility was clearly well financed. It must have taken years to design, excavate, and build a complex like this in secrecy. You continue through dimly lit halls, finally stepping into what appears to be another laboratory area. The corridor before you is deserted. Dr. Adrian Vauclair is somewhere within this facility, and with him, the answers you seek. The old man behind the glass works feverishly at his console, glancing up at you when he can. A cigarette dangles from his mouth, its bluish smoke curling around his head. An overflowing ashtray sits on the lab table in front of him. The years have not been kind, but his features are instantly recognizable. Despite his age, he still has a strong chin and high cheekbones that you remember from Green Winter's DVD. This is Dr. Adrian Vauclair. As you approach, he stops what he's doing, a look of intense irritation on his face. He clears his throat, and a harsh rasping sound emerges from the loudspeaker next to the glass. So you're the Shadowrunners that Adrian warned me about. I assume you've left a trail of corpses in your wake. That's on you, Doc. You've got some explaining to do. I have explaining to do. This is my home. You are the intruder here. If anyone needs to explain himself, it's you. He reaches down, flips a switch. You hear a loud thud and a click behind you as the door locks shut. You will find that the blast doors behind you is sealed and that the laboratory you occupy is fully secured. An important precaution. We keep our test subjects in here, and they are far more dangerous than you. He takes a drag on his cigarette. I won't permit you to cause any further harm, Shadowrunner. You will remain trapped where you are for your own good. Break the glass between you and Beauclair. The hell I will. You launch yourself at the window, your shoulder slamming into the hard surface with a heavy thud. Despite your best effort, the window doesn't budge. The window between us is made of dye-coated treated transplast. Do whatever you like to it, you'll find that it's quite unbreakable. The bastard's right, nothing we're carrying can even scratch dye coat. That glass is essentially sheeted in diamond. We'd need military-grade explosives to crack it. She frowns. We're stuck in here. Now, he fixes you with a level stare. I want you to know why in hell you've so violently interjected yourself into my business. First, you break into my estate, which you don't even know was mine, apparently. Then you spend what must have been a small fortune to track me down. You locate my AI, destroy it, then drive all the way out to the countryside, and finally, you shoot your way into my laboratory. He leans forward, hands on the table, his eyes narrow into a piercing stare. So I have to ask you, Shadowrunner, who are you, and why in God's name are you here? We came to find you, Beauclair, to help us stop Fowerswing. Except the Firewing wasn't the one who after us, after all. It was you all along, wasn't it? Beauclair's eyes cover his face with his pale nicotine-stained hands. To help you stop Fowerswing. That is ironic. But yes, you're correct. I am the one who's been hunting you. The one who sent Apex and Aldron after you. You're going to pay for that, you bastard. Why attack the Kraus Bazaar, Beauclair? Why kill Paul Amsel? It was necessary to preserve the secrecy of my work, for the greater good of all. I know I have wronged you, and for this I am sorry. He sighs a long, rattling sigh that quickly turns into a violent fit of coughing. The sound echoes over the loudspeaker. He collects himself, continues. I don't expect you to understand, nor do I have time to explain it to you. He straightens, glances back at the screen to his side, and nods curtly. Now I must know, how did you learn that I was alive? How did you even know to look for me? Did someone send you? Your brother got us into this mess. He hired us to break into your estate. We pieced the rest together from his journals. Beauclair starts, and then the sudden movement of his arm sends his overflowing ashtray flying from the table in a cloud of ash. My brother, Hermie. It's been years. Have you seen him? How is he? His brow furrows. He takes a step towards you impatiently. Well. Oh, you mean you didn't know? You killed him too, just like Paul and Monica. He slumps into a chair next to him, his whole body shaking. I didn't. He is suddenly overcome by another fit of coughing. He steadies himself on one arm of the chair. Apex, he clutches his chest. I should have never trusted that thing. He closes his eyes, and a tear traces its way down the gaunt hollow of his cheek. Oh, Hermie, the things I've sacrificed, all for this. All for Panacea. All for tonight. Enough with the riddles, Doc. What's Panacea? He looks up dazzled, his eyes unfocused. Panacea is my life work, a permanent solution to an age-old problem. It will mean the end of the dragons, not for just Fowerswing, all dragons. Explain yourself, Doctor. Beauclair fumbles in his pocket, producing a fresh cigarette. He lights it with shaking hands and breathes in deeply. The orange glow of the cigarette flares brightly. When he exhales, the words spill out with the smoke. The Firewing burned and murdered and caused untold damage in her bestial rage, until Dragonfall, until I stopped her. But that destruction was merely a symptom of a greater cancer. Fowerswing wrought destruction with fire and claw. The dragons of today, Lofwer, Dunkelsan, Celedir, they kill and conquer with subtler tools, deception, manipulation, corruption. He spits with disgust. They use us as pawns, playing pieces, puppets in their millennia-long machinations. Oh yes, dragons are a cancer, one that will conquer or worse, destroy all of humanity if we do not stop it. One that metastasized when the world awakened. An ironic metaphor, since it was the failing of my own body that allowed me to see it. Let me guess, you have cancer. Late stage 2, if I had to guess. I'd say leukemia. He is racked again by violent coughing, allows it to subside. Takes another long drag on his cigarette. the ash creeping closer and closer towards his mouth. Your friend is correct. I suffer from cancer. Cancer of the blood, brought on by the radiation of the SOX, no doubt. It was when I heard my doctor's diagnosis that I realized what I had to do, what my life's work would be in the time that I had left. I'm sorry, Hermie. I'm sorry you won't be able to see it for yourself. I'm sorry I failed you. Vauclair turns his attention back to the computer, stubbing out his cigarette. He grabs a fresh one from the pack and lights it. Tonight I will release my panacea to the world. And how absurd that the instrument of dragonkind's destruction. He presses a button on the terminal, and a large observation window at the far end of the room rises slowly open. Will be carried by Fourswinger herself. Through the glass you see the prostrate form of a dragon far below. An enormous set of shackles binds it, and a massive tube snakes into its body. The tubes connect to the cruel-looking apparatus that has been mounted to the wall. Son of a bitch, look at that. He found her alive in the SOX after all. Tonight the Firewing will fly again, infected with the panacea. She will slowly be destroyed from within, but before that happens, she will provide the catalyst for global transmission of the virus. Catalyst? What catalyst? As if spurred on by the sight of the dragon below, he begins typing furiously at his terminal. Fourswing's fire will carry the agent in its dormant state. Any meta-humans exposed will become carriers, will spread the disease to other dragons. The carriers will be infected with panacea as well, but it will not harm them. 2. Non-dragons. It is a nuisance, nothing more. When a critical mass of carriers is achieved, my panacea will become unstoppable. It will spread across the globe in a relentless tide. However, if it does not reach this critical mass, it will fizzle, die out, become inert. Hence the need for a ground zero, a flashpoint for a mass infection event. He looks to the ceiling, mumbling to himself. I'm sorry, Hermie. I know how you loved your flux state, but that doesn't matter now. It must be Berlin. Hang on a second. You're going to sick the Firewing on Berlin. He continues his works, filled with a feverish energy. To save the world, yes. For Panacea to work, Berlin must burn. A sacrifice, one for the greater good. Fourswing will breathe her infected fire upon Berlin. Thousands will die, and through that destruction, the virus will take to the air. A critical mass of Berlin's meta-human population will be exposed, but no one will even think to quarantine the city until it's too late. The flux state lacks any centralized authorization. Corporations will evacuate their own. Thousands will flee the city, infected. He mutters, his voice growing more detached. Oh yes, Hermie, Berlin is the perfect flashpoint. It wasn't supposed to happen tonight, no. But this little intervention of yours leaves us no choice, so let's us see. He squints at his screen. Tonight's wind pattern dictates that Ground Zero be Tempelhof Schönberg. Highly populated, the virus will spread quickly enough from there. That's only a few kilometers from the Kraus Bazaar. Don't do it, Vauclair. I swear, I will make you hurt if you do. And I'll make it last. Vauclair sighs, shuts his eyes tight, brings a shaking hand to his temple. We all know that is not going to happen. You are trapped here, impotent to stop this from happening, and it will happen. The old man eyes the cigarette butt on his hand, fishes out another from the pack, and lights it with the first. Then he returns to his console, reaching to the side for a microphone. He mutters something into the receiver. You can just barely make out the sound of the name, Ordrum. When he turns to address you again, his voice is level. The shaking in his hands seems to have subsided. Security will be here soon, and they will take care of you. Do not worry, you will not be harmed. The sacrifice that I'm making tonight is a necessary evil. It cannot be helped. But so long as you remain confined, I see no reason to kill you too. You don't burn a city and call it sacrifice. You call it what it is, mass murder. Vauclair stiffens, turns to face you. Anger washes across his face. Was it mass murder when America dropped the atomic bomb on Japan? The myopic would say yes, just as you are now. But they did it for a cause, to shorten the agony of war, to save the lives of thousands upon thousands of soldiers. The old man is trembling now. I do the same, for the good of the world. Oh sure, except that we're not at war with the dragons. No, we are not. Not in a conventional sense. In a war, there are sides, battle lines, clarity. This is something else entirely. But the stakes are just as high, higher perhaps. Humanity was born to reproduce, to multiply. But the dragons were born to acquire, to accumulate, to hoard. Both strive to bend the world to their will. Humanity has conquered the air, land, and sea through sheer numbers. Dragons, however, employ different means altogether. Throughout history, they have allowed us to do the heavy lifting, while they pull the strings. There are 17 great dragons in the world today, 17 ancient virus, millennia old, slowly dividing the planet into 17 piles of gold to nest upon, in front of our eyes. Once upon a time, they burned castles to steal the treasures we collect, laid waste to entire armies. But here in the Sixth World, it is no longer about tooth and claw and fiery breath. The old man's voice seethes with hatred. Now it's public relations, marketing, mergers and acquisitions. You see it every day. Dragons on the Tridio, in the boardrooms, they gather influence, wealth, power, continually hoarding, until one of them sits atop it all. Perhaps not in this cycle of the world, perhaps not the next, but one day one Wyrm will stand alone, triumphant, with all humanity as its cattle, with all the world as its prize. And then he trembled, his voice dropping to a whisper. That I will not allow. How are you going to get Faurswing to go along with this plan of yours? Beauclair continues his work. Oh, that's simple enough. He gestures to his left. She has no choice. The gaunt woman in the containment cell stands rigidly, her face pressed against the glass, her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. She appears frightened, disoriented, lost. Her mouth moves silently, her voice muted by her glass cage. So the stories Green Winters found were true. Faurswing's astral form was separated from her body when she fell. You trapped it somehow. Yes, but that came later. In 2012, we took down Faurswing with an experimental weapon. This device, suffice it to say, I couldn't fully predict how it would affect her. In 2036, I led a search team into the SOX. I had to know what really happened to the creature that I had slain. We found her alive, in a way. The dragon's astral form, her spirit, you might say, had been ripped from her body by the weapon. It was trapped inside a young woman living in the SOX. A mob of glowpunks revered her, treated her like a goddess. I transported the young woman and the dragon's body here, where I could study them. You mean that she's been in that cell for almost 20 years? The old man nods absently. No choice. A creature separated from its astral form cannot live more than a few hours before both die. It was a high-intensity radiation of the SOX combined with the magical creatures inside her that allowed the woman to live for as long as she has. So, Beauclair seems almost eager to explain. The environment within her containment chamber mirrors that of the SOX. It has allowed us to keep Faurswing alive all these years, while her bestial shell remains chained up below. Now, as her physical form, that will be simple as well. We've drilled a series of electrical charges directly into her skull. When we release the Firewing's body, empty of her astral self, we will trigger all of the vicious instincts and primal urges left in her reptile brain. She will unleash her fire where we command it. That's horrific, even for a mass-murdering dragon. He shakes his head, misplaced empathy. That beast blazed a path of fiery destruction across Germany. But no matter, I have more important things to do than deliberate the morality of this with you. Faurswing must fly, Berlin must be sacrificed, and it must be tonight. Now, where is that damned Aldron? What if this virus mutates into a strain that can kill us too? An intelligent question from the Shadowrunner, surprising. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to explain it to you in detail, and since you are locked in that laboratory with no chance of escape, I don't really need to. But understand this, I am an expert in my field. That is not an idle boast, it is a certifiable fact, and I have worked with nearly unlimited resources for over 40 years, focused on one goal, 42 years of isolation, of secrecy, dead to the world, dead to my brother, all for this, my life's mission. It will work. He looks down. I promise you, Ermi, it will work. Because I said so, defense. Very professional of you, Doctor. He shoots you a nice stare. Say what you like. It matters little to me. My panacea will change the world. In the end, you will thank me. This plan of yours, kill your brother, was it really worth it? Beauclair's first slams into the table, sending his cigarette flying in a cascade of sparks and ash. No, nothing can make that right. Nothing. He runs a hand through his unkempt hair, blinking through a haze of sudden tears. Damn it, Army, why couldn't you just let me go? You don't have to add to his loss, Doctor. This doesn't need to continue. He covers his eyes. No, I'm afraid it does. I loved my brother more than you can know, but he wipes away the tears, looks you in the eye.
This changes nothing. My brother's death only strengthened my resolve. Were I to stop now, his loss would be in vain. He would want me to continue. I watched hours of your brother's video footage, Vauclair. I probably know him better than anyone alive, except yourself. His face twists into an ugly sneer. You watch footage, and that makes you think that you know the man. You know nothing. I know that he wanted you to stop all of this years ago. He begged you to, and you promised him that you'd try. Vauclair falls silent. A wisp of smoke traces its way from the tip of his cigarette to the ceiling. He's right, Vauclair. Your brother was a miserable bastard, but he did die trying to save you. If you don't turn back from this, his death will have meant nothing at all. That's enough. Hermie's death was a tragedy. I will not let you use it to manipulate me. Vauclair straightens. He looks angry, but beyond the anger, you can sense a deep fatigue. Look, you're not infallible, Doc. You've already made mistakes here, and people died as a result. Vauclair looks amused. Mistakes? He uses the tip of his cigarette to gesture at the glass. So says the career criminal trapped in the containment room. I read some of your inter-office communication. There have been a number of deaths here over the years, haven't it? He pauses. We have suffered losses, yes. They were tragic, but the people here accepted that there would be risk. They made their own decision. They made their own choices. I won't take blame for that. No, of course you won't. Admitting fault might undermine the hero myth that you've built around yourself. You think that I like watching people die, that I've enjoyed spending the better part of my life locked away in this lab with a creature that I hate. You think that I'm doing this for me. Yes, actually. I think that you've gotten used to playing the role of the long-suffering hero. I don't think that you remember how to be anything else. He glares at you through the glass. Is there some point that you're trying to make, or are you just trying to anger me? You've already screwed up, Doc. People died because of it. Are you willing to risk that happening on a global scale? It will work, I'm telling you. But you told your researchers that their lab would be safe too. Look how that turned out. The muscles at the corners of his mouth tightens. Why am I even talking to you? You're trapped in there. And I've still got work to do. Audron will be here for you soon enough. The old man turns away from you, studying some invisible detail on his console. He looks irritated. Even if you succeed at this, eliminating dragons will create a dangerous power vacuum. He laughs, a pointless argument. Any power vacuum created through dragonkind's extermination will be filled by meta-humanity. Any backlash will right itself over time. I am playing the long game, Shadowrunner, one that has played out over thousands of years. When you think on that scale, everything seems possible. Humanity will endure, and the dragons will perish. There are worse things out there than dragons, Vauclair. Exterminating one threat could open the door to another. He grinds his teeth in exasperation. Another pearl of wisdom from the Shadowrunner. The great dragons represent an incalculable threat to our survival as a species. To spare them for fear of some unknown nebulous danger would be absurd. Besides which there is nothing that is worse than a dragon. I am in a position to know. You're wrong. An astral entity told me about things that exist out on the metaplane. Horrifying things that we can't even hope to comprehend. He lets out a startled chuckle. What does that matter? Even if your spirit stories are true, the dragons are what threatens us now. But dragons don't exist in a vacuum. They're a part of awakened world's ecosystem, and they have been since the beginning of time. Let's agree that this is true. What does it matter? Smallpox was with us since the beginning, but I don't see anyone crying over its eradication. Dragons aren't smallpox. If you drive them extinct, you'll be creating a condition that has never existed for the whole of human history. There's no telling what might happen as a result. I will not just sit back and let them take over the world. I must act. His bony hands clench into fists. I will act. You may be right, Vauclair, but this isn't the answer. Vauclair glares silently through the glass. If Hermie were here with us right now, listening to this conversation, he'd tell you to stop this. Deny it if you want, but you know that it's true. He slams his fist against the glass, his face contorted into a mask of rage and grief. How dare you presume to speak for my brother? To hell with letting you live. You're going to have front and center seats for Fauerswing's return. I will see to it myself. You're what, Doc? Her voice is soft but firm. For a long moment, Vauclair stares at her, unmoving. Finally, his eyes flit to the ground. I'm not. If Hermie were here, oh God. The old man continues to stare at his feet. The blood has drained from his cheeks, leaving them sickly pale. If Hermie were here, he would not support this. He would point out the risks, the unknown, the sacrifices, much as he always had before Vauclair's jaw clenches. The muscles of his throat tightens as the forces himself to swallow. He would try to stop me. You're damn right he would. Now, are you going to be the good man Hermie remembered you as, and drop this, or are you going to stick to the mad scientist routine and force me to put you down? Vauclair remains silent for some time. Finally, the old man begins to speak. He sounds hollowed out, gutted. For over 40 years, I ignored the rest of the world. I ignored the media and the military, the board of directors at Deal, and my little brother. No, especially my little brother. I wouldn't listen to them because I knew that I was right. I knew what had to be done, what they were all blind to. I was Hermie's big brother. I was the great and celebrated dragon slayer. I knew better. He makes a sweeping gesture, a look of contempt on his face. You see this lab, the complex you're standing in, and the plan that it was built to serve. I sacrificed everything for this. My job, my health, my family. I was prepared to sacrifice Berlin to feed these people to the same fires that I spent my youth trying to extinguish. And all the while, Hermie was trying to tell me that I wasn't right, and I refused to listen. My refusal killed him, my little brother, the person I loved most in the world. He covers his face with a withered hand. If only I had heard him, none of this would have happened. I'll be damned, I think you've talked him out of it. The old man lets out a heavy sigh, his entire body trembling. When he recovers, he looks almost like a different man, tired and frail, defeated. My cure, the panacea, it isn't ready. I was ready to turn a blind eye to the flaws and deploy it anyway, but my eyes are open now, and I do not like what I see. I cannot change what's been done. I can't bring Hermie back, but I can put a stop to this. I can finally listen to what he was always trying to tell me, to what I would never hear him say, and so I shall. I know that this is a hard decision, Vauclair, but it's the right one. He stares at his trembling hands, a sad smile on his face. More than 4 decades of planning, all undone in the span of a single conversation. My brother's words, delivered through the mouth of a criminal. I finally listened, Hermie, 42 years too late. Through the speakers, you can hear the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Audra, Vauclair looks up at the orc. His voice trembles slightly. There has been a change of plans. No time for that, Doc. We're waking up the dragon's physical form right now. Everything is ready for the procedure to begin. You should see to it. There will be no procedure, Audrum. The orc poses. You're gonna have to repeat that. The plan, my plan, is flawed, fatally so. The dragon will not fly tonight. Audron stops in his tracks. He stares at Vauclair, unblinking. This must come as a shock to you. I'm sorry for that. Vauclair smiles weakly. Your belief in our cause was second only to my own. The orc goes on staring at the old man for a long time. Then something on his face changes. If that's the way you feel, it's been an honor, Doctor. Vauclair smiles weakly. The honor has been mine. Splat. The scarred orc stares at you through the glass as Vauclair's body cools at his feet. His eyes are brimming with hate. You shouldn't have made me do that, asshole. The doc was like family to me. I didn't make you do anything. You murdered him. He was going to put a stop to it, the plan. You think I just stand by and let that happen? It will. The dragons will die. I've seen what Panacea can do. The doc showed me tissue samples. It melted them. The dragons will die, yes, but there's no telling what else might happen. Unleashing that shit could have deadly consequences for all of us. He continues to stare at you, and... Oh, you son of a bitch. Luke is talking. For all of his faults, Vauclair was a hero, and now he's dead, and it's your fault. What is this all about for you, Odran? Why the hell are you doing this? Why am I releasing the dragon, spreading Vauclair's panacea to infect the world? because the world is sick dystopia. Anyone with half a brain can see that. So I'm gonna use the doc's wonder bug to poison it back to health. It might get better, or it might die. Either would be better than a languish like this. So you want to change the world, but you don't want to. But you don't know. You don't care what it changes into. That's insane, Audra. Yeah, maybe, but it'll be interesting, and I'll be the cause of it. Not the dragon, not the megacorp. Me, all by myself, changing the world. Speaking of changes, your life is about to get a lot more exciting. Did the doc tell you that you're standing in the animal research lab? It's overflowing with test subjects, and they don't play well with others. Nasty, dangerous things, and it's well past their feeding time. He punches a button, and from the corner of the room, you hear a hissing sound. Pneumatic locks sliding open. And now you'll excuse me. I've got a dragon to wake up. If you're still alive when I get back, I'll put a bullet in you. If you're lucky, I might even put it in your head, quick and clean, like your pal Amsel. He pauses for a moment, considering. You probably shouldn't count on that, though. gaunt woman paws at the glass at your approach, her haunted yellow eyes tracking your every move. When you activate the intercom, a green light activates inside the containment cell, and she flinches up at it, startled. Flowering? A small voice whispers through lips that barely move. It sounds hoarse and awkward, like a rusty lock. Help, please, help. You don't look much like a dragon. Free me, please, you must. Let's think this through, boss. Be careful. Flowering, try and focus. Must stay aloft, ride the thermals, make the wind work for me. So tired, so very tired now. Her yellow eyes lock on yours, focus hard. Free me, Vauclair, free me or burn. I'm not Vauclair. Realization mixed with pity appears on Dietrich's face. My god, Fowlerswing's astral form has been trapped in that woman for 40 years, and she's been confined to this cage for 20. That's torture. He turns to you, conflicted. Nothing deserves this dystopia, but all the same, we can't just free her. At the sound of the word free, the woman's eyes open wide, and she presses her hands to the glass. Free, yes, free. Free me, and I will return to the mountain, and I will sleep until the next age of this world, and I will not harm another soul. Just free me, free me, free. As quickly as it appeared, her energy drains away. Must stay aloft, help me, help you, grant you release from here, and you will repay in kind. Yes, yes, yes. There is a panel in the floor, behind you. Drop down into the guts of this place. The guts, find the guts. By my body, the machine break it. Switch off the intercom and walk away. Into the dark, you squeeze through the narrow gap beneath the floor panels and climb down into the large space beneath the lab complex. Darkness surrounds you, and the air smells moldy and stale. As your eyes slowly adjust to the light, you can make out the dim plains of cobweb-covered walls and scattered construction equipment. Judging by the dust and disrepair, this place appears to have been abandoned long ago. Meanwhile, somewhere else, beneath the Harfield Manor, Paul Amsel's killer is preparing to wake a dragon and unleash it on an unsuspecting Berlin. Compared to the lab above, this room is almost impossibly quiet. A small amount of light filters in from narrow passages above you. There appears to be light fixtures mounted in the walls, but there is no sign of a light switch. Where the hell are we, boss? It looks abandoned. I think this place is military, judging by our depths and the markings. I'm guessing it's an abandoned missile base. That will explain why the late Dr. Vauclair chose this place for his operations. Can't be easy to find a secret underground base big enough to house a dragon. Alright, first things first. We need to get back into the lab complex and fight Ordran and the Virm before it's too late. We've got no choice. If we don't stop, Ordran will release that dragon. Everyone in the Chaos Bazaar is dead. This appears to be a pile of crumbling papers, but it's too dark to read them. Regular gas. Pick up the gas canister. It's a small portable gas generator with a standard pull cord. It has cables running from it to the large diesel fuel tank sitting next to it. The fuel gauge reads empty. Pour the gasoline into the generator. The entire container of gas easily pours into the tank. Pull the start cord. The little generator chugs to life. This large diesel generator with an electric starter. The fuel tank reads empty. Its readouts are lit, and it appears to be functional. Try to start the generator. Nothing happens. Hello there. Scorpio. Take the diesel fuel. Add the diesel fuel. Try to start the generator. With a shudder and a plume of black smoke, the generator comes to life. I want to read what's that. This appears to be a pile of crumbling papers. Take a closer look at the papers. At the lightest touch, the papers crumbles to dust. You can make out a small scrap that still contains legible writing. Look, Jörg, I don't care what you heard down there. Just because you heard something and a few people got sick from some weird disease doesn't mean that there are monsters wandering around. We've got to finish our blasting or we won't get paid. No amount of weirdness is going to change that. Oh, and tell me where that glowing rock you saw was when you get back. Who knows, it might be worth something. The panel is lit. The open door button glows dimly. Open the door. There's a good-sized crack in the floor with a small amount of light shining through. Look through the crack in the floor. Shapes form in the shadows below, and after a moment you hear footsteps approaching the people talking. The first voice sounds nervous. Yeah. For fuck's sake. I heard the runners escaped. You sure they're gonna come this way? The second voice is older, confident. They have no choice. It's the only route they have access through. There's a pause, and you hear the sound of a throat clearing. So, think we can stop them? The second voice is dismissive. With 2 whole strike teams already set in ambush, I don't see what the chance they have. Well, you're the one who's gonna have to explain it to Audran if they get past us. Which is why they're not gonna screw it up. Got it. As soon as any of those doors open, you shoot. Got it? Oh yeah, I got it. Look away. Step back from the crack. This is current model PDA. Battered and a bit bloody. The screen is cracked and its buttons are non-functional. The last data entry is still on screen. It appears to be an email to someone named Jerry. Can't believe they sent my squad down here to search for those escaped fire drakes. No one's been in those tunnels since the awakening. Who knows what the hell else is down there? Hope those Scorp sightings are just nerves. If a drake and a Scorp see each other, they'll tear each other into other 2 pieces. Must be natural enemies or something. They seem to hate each other even more than they hate us. Don't want to have to report back to Audran with nothing but drake pieces to show for our time. The door is locked by old RFID style readers and displays the text level 3 access only. It appears to still be functional. Danger, active blasting area. This section of the floor has a hole drilled into it, and you can see explosives within. There's a good-sized chunk. Look through the crack in the floor. Shapes form in the shadows below, but you can't make anything out. You can hear one clear voice coming from below. It speaks with authority. Alright everyone, stay sharp. The intruders have escaped. Team 1 is watching the main door, and we're to keep watch here. You see those doors open. You don't think, just shoot. So let's drop this shit on top of me. Look, dragons. suppose. Look through the crack. Shapes form in the shadows below. Look away. The rock glows with an otherworldly aura. Allow a member of your team to examine the rock. Select someone to examine the rock. Probe the stone with your shamanic power. You extend the tendril of your aura into the astral plane and probe the rock, feeling for fracture points that may exist outside of the material plane. The rock glows warmly as you manage to separate two pieces from the rest. Earth is infused with the elemental power of Earth. Shapes form in the shadows below, but you can't make anything out. Definitely feels like you're supposed to be able to blow that shit. This vent is large enough for you to fit through. You could slide down through a very steep metal duct. The experience looks to be more of a thrilling side rather than a fatal side. It is clearly a one-way trip. Jump down to the lower level. This is a diagram of the ventilation system for this aging military bunker. Save an image of the map to your PDA. take a close look at the canisters. Judging by the warning level, you think that this canister holds a very powerful nerve gas. Pick up the canister of nerve gas. Select the decker to jack in. It looks like someone did some basic patching to network this ancient electronic lock, but that's about it. Calling this a node would be a dramatic overstatement. Simply flipping a bit should open the door. Flip the bit. Security log access granted. Read message A5662. Okay, Gunter, we have our orders. Remember, those stims are for emergency use only. Don't distribute them unless absolutely required. Access code for the case is 3971. A5661. Strike teams Bravo and Charlie, you have your orders. We know that they're in this tunnel somewhere. Watch out for wildlife and attack on sight. If they escape and they are still breathing, expect repercussions. Order. 5660. Intrusion in the courtyard. Alpha team respond. Watch your ass around the statues as usual. Order. The gargoyles. Next to some ancient but still functional ventilation intakes, fans is a panel labeled Ventilation Controls. It contains a row of 4 red plastic buttons labeled 1 to 4. The light above number 2 is currently lit. There is a lever labeled Manual Bypass next to the panel. Pull the manual bypass lever. The air begins to stir, then develops into a stronger pull of air as air is sucked rapidly through a large circular ventilation. The light above number 2 is currently lit in the adjacent panel. Puncture the nerve gas container and place it in the intake. The gas is quickly sucked into the intake. Oh yeah, stack up, baby. That's gonna be one nice little explosion. Let's move out of the way first. Dragon Slayer's favor. Targets. That went pretty well. Oh, I could have just bypassed the whole room. Yeah, what was the combo for that then? 3971. The chamber is equipped with a small emergency medical suite. The system appears to be designed to automatically treat major tissue damage in high trauma situations. The machine lights up as you approach, making a soft humming sound. A line of text appears on the unit's LCD screen. Mona Emergency Field Trauma Unit Online. OS 1213 initializing. Please stand by. Greetings, trauma victim. Would you like to activate treatment protocol? Alright, everyone, time to heal up. After several minutes of needle prods, sutures, and administration of unknown chemicals, your combat injuries are fully healed. You exit the clean room to find yourself at the threshold of a vast underground chamber. If the abandoned facility that you just fought through was purgatory, then you now stand at the gateway to hell. The heat emanating from ahead hits you like a hammer. The smell of sulfur and ozone is enough to make your lunch want to find somewhere to hide. Above the noise created by the whir of turbines, you can hear the deep rumble of something feral waking up. Something very, very big. You check your weapons and step into the vast chamber. The scarred orc shouts at you from across the room. How the fuck are you still alive? And what do you think you're doing down here? Raise your weapon. I've come to kill you, Audron. You're going to pay for what you've done. His deformed face twists into a vicious smile. Yeah, best of luck with that. An ominous rumble fills the chamber. Slowly, the firewheel's body begins to shift. There is a sound like hundreds of fingernails digging into blackboards. The dragon's scales scraping across the floor. Hear that? That's the sound of change. Beautiful, isn't it? With an ear-splitting roar, the dragon's great bulk begins to rise. Waves of hot, foetid breath wash over you as you struggle against her chains. She's awake. The orc stares at the dragon's sinuous form with something close to awe. It's time. It looks as though this computer terminal has basic access to the virus infusion systems being used on the captive dragon. You may be able to stem the flow of panacea by jacking into this access point. Decking 1, jack in. Panacea Pump Station 1. Infusion Management System. Infuse sequence initiated. Warning, Panacea infusion sequence is locked. Disengage safety protocols to enable emergency venting of virus. Disengage safety protocol. Vent A. Vent A safety protocol disengaged. Vent A now unlocked for manual venting. Note, the virus infusion process will automatically reinitiate after emergency venting. Virus venting infusion decelerated. Kill you myself. stealthy assholes. Stop missing. The process is almost complete. Virus infusion has been aborted. The burly orc's face, raw and slick with scar tissue, is contorted in a grimace of pain. You've seen this kind of wound before. He doesn't have long. Idiots. 40 years. 40 years and we finally had a chance to make a difference, and you blew it. You're the one who's bleeding out on the floor. Looks to me like you blew it. He smirks through the pain. Guess so. He coughs again, writhing in agony on the floor. Then his eyes focus again and he speaks. Vauclair was right. The Worms, taking over the world. But they're just the latest. Latest in a long line to fuck us over. Corporations, politicians, dragons. All a big joke. With the rest of us, the punchline. Another bloody cough. Sounds like he's struggling against a collapsed lung. Whole world is going to shit. We're on a runaway train to hell, and someone has to make it. Jump the tracks. I was gonna. He tries to speak, but it's the only thing that pours from his mouth is blood. A wet whisper, devoid of meaning. He lets out a final barking cough. A fine red mist sprays from his mouth and nostrils. His eyes go wide, and he struggles for breath. It doesn't come. The macabre wreck of his armored chest heaves once, twice, then goes still. He's dead. Dragon Chamber Operations Control. Sequence Operations Control Transfer. Ordron A1. Panacea has been taken offline via external override. Infusion process aborted. Dragon is not infectious. Unlock the chamber's exit door. Set the facility to self-destruct. Warning, this process will lock down all further terminal access. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Lower the astral entity containment cell into the chamber. The yes key. You're about to tap your finger on the key. You feel a hand clasp your shoulder. Hang on, that'll leave Fauschwing, both the dragon and the woman, to burn to death. Is that really what you want? Yes, it serves her right. Base destruction commencing. System offline. You punch the button, and the alarm klaxons black. An ominous rumbling surrounds peace. For fuck's sake. An ominous rumbling sound fills the air, and the walls start to shake. That settles that. Come on, boss. Let's get the hell out of here. Right behind you. You step out of the van, climbing down into the tunnel, leading back to your safe house. Just hours ago, you saved Berlin from fire and ash, from the would-be sacrifice of Dr. Adrian Beauclair. It feels strange now, returning in secret, in silence. The other residents of Krauspotar go about their business, unaware of what almost happened here tonight. It's finally over. Your team and your keys are safe once again. The team is waiting when you walk in. Their faces are haggard, their shoulders slumped. Was there a point to all this dystopia? We lost Paul, lost Monica, the Krauspotar, so many people dead. It was just supposed to be a simple job, remember? A milk run. Get into the state, snatch some data, and get home in time for Virm talk on the thread. I think we've had enough Virm talk for one lifetime. You got that right. If I never have to talk to another dragon again, it'll be too soon. She shakes her head. This whole thing has been a nightmare from the beginning. The idea of dragons taking over the world, the thought of them slowly hoarding everything, it's too big to think about. We're street level, we're on the shadows, that's it. Worrying about this sort of issues is beyond our pay grade. That's what they want, that's what they need. The corps, the dragons, the politicians, everyone. They want us to think that we can't make a difference. They put effort, a lot of effort, into making us feel small, insignificant. But we're not. We had the power in our hands today. We had a choice, and we made it. And because of that, the world is different. For good or for ill. That's right, for good or ill. We can't see the future. I don't think that anyone can. But the world is different now, and we're the ones who changed it. So did we win? I'll tell you what we did. We avenged Monica and Paul. That's what we set out to do, and we did it. You watched the team take this in. Iger nodding her agreement. Glory staring ahead, lost in thought. Dietrich frowning, eyes to the floor. Blitz fiddling with his deck and pretending not to understand. Iger breaks the silence. So now what? Monica's gone. Paul's gone. Do we keep running together, or is this the end of the road? I'm out. Glory's face is placid. I have some business to take care of. The personal, violent kind. Don't know when I'll be back. We'll be here, Glory. There'll always be a spot for you on my team. Glory nods. Understood. See you around. I'll miss you, love. Be safe. Dietrich turns to you. Well, I'm in. I'm getting kind of old for Shadowrunner, but I'd rather die in the shadows with you people, than live. I don't know. I thought I'd had something going there. Whatever, the point is, I'm in. That was beautiful, man. Aga turns to you. So, Dystopia, you want to stick around the Kraus Bazaar and keep running the shadows with me? You've done a hell of a job. I'd be happy. Follow your lead. If it means picking up where Monica left off and keeping the Kraus Bazaar safe, I'm in too. Makes sense to me. Aga looks around, realizing that she forgot Blitz. What about you, Blitz? Oh, I'm most definitely in, totally. Insane dragons, assholes with enormous machine guns, devil dogs that hump your leg when no one's watching. This is the place for me, no question about it. Who could I say no? How could I say no? Dante humped your leg? I don't want to talk about it. It's still too fresh. I just snorts a laugh. Then she's back to business. Before I forget, the Turkish coffee guy sent one of his street rats over before you got there. She said that she wants to talk to you about something. Thanks. I'm going to see what's going on in the Kraus Bazaar. I'll stop by the coffee shop on my way. How very propitious is it that we may speak again, O Master of Mayhem. I have a proposal for you that could prove most lucrative for us both, Fendim. Most lucrative. Fortune will surely smile upon our blessed partnership if you will only accept. I'm listening, O Master of Hyperbole. With the passing of Ramsal, may God bestow his mercy on him, you find yourself without a fixer. I wish to offer my services to you in this regard. You will find that Alteburg Gassi is a most connected and business-savvy partner. Sounds like a match made in heaven, Alto. How do we start? I have already found a potential client, O Blessed One. A most prosperous one, with deep pockets. He is eager to meet you. When you're ready, take the U-Bahn to Brandenburg Tor. He will find you there. Brandenburg Tor. Got it. As soon as I finish up here, I'll go meet him. Algernon appears to be waiting for you, though his expression is difficult to decipher. Behold, the Dragon Slayer. Do not mock the human, Algernon, half-dream, but nor should you praise him either. For good real, the cycle of a great worm has ended. Never again will she walk upon this earth, nor soar over its mountain. The day is full of portent. Portent? What do you mean, portent? He appears to look through you, past you. When a dragon falls, the sound resonates across time and space. The ramifications of a great worm's death shall be felt. There will be a reckoning. A reckoning. Am I in trouble? Not this, no, not this, you, and not today. Her expression slackens, becomes dreamy. Within 3 cycles, what the world has lost, it shall rue. But the ice storm will come, and the codex will be broken, and vote to the dancer. This I prophesy. Algernon stares at her, lost in thought. Finally he speaks. We must be going, and soon. Is there something I should know? Some last words of, I don't know, wisdom. Always. No, never. Shine, runner of shadow. Glow bright and show what is hidden in the places power wishes to remain dark. That is absint's wish for you. Fuck, tongue twisting. That is what I was going to say. He bows to you with a flourish. Goodbye, Dystopia. We'll meet again, I think. Though not for long. Long time. The train car is empty, except for the man in the immaculate tailored Italian suit. You notice him watching you for several minutes while the train rumbles its way towards Brandenburg Tor. Finally, he speaks. The stranger's words come out slowly in a deep, melodious tone that is easy to hear. Despite the noise of the train, he takes his time, accentuating each word, reli- relishing each vowel and each consonant, tasting them as if they were delicious. Hello, I assume that the business with Dr. Vauclair is concluded, yes? I him and remain silent. The man inclines his head slightly in introductions. Hans Brackhaus, I represent an interested party, someone who wishes to know about your encounter with Dr. Vauclair. Does this interested party understand that information is a commodity? Brackenhouse continues. My employer also wishes to hear about the Lady Fauerswing, a fascinating creature, so unlike her brothers and sisters. It is a pity that she has passed from this world. She was a magnificent creature, and the world is diminished by her passing. I'm sure you would agree. Dragons are no different from anyone else. There are those who take and those who get taken. A dragon is just not a taker. He purses his lips, considers. Just not a taker, interesting. Dragons take, this is undeniable, but they cannot be considered just not a taker, as you put it. They are the ultimate takers. It is their reason for existing. The great dragons are very old and very powerful, and very, very cunning. A cunning unknowable to you. You look at the mouth and barely perceive sentience. You glance its way, amused, as it flutters towards a bright light in a vain attempt to what? To enter, to draw strength, to burn. It doesn't know. Its epic struggle is barely 1/100th of a lifespan. The sum total of its existence is nothing against the vast scale of your struggles, your hopes, your dreams, which it could not fathom in 1,000 years, poor moth. He leans forward. You will live and die between the beats of a dragon's heart, my friend. What happened to you? What hope do you have of understanding them? None. Fauerswing massacred thousands, and a stranger on a train calls her fascinating. Obviously, this is beyond my comprehension. He leans back again. Do not choose ignorance, Shadowrunner. It does not become you, nor does sarcasm. The Lady Fauerswing was fascinating because she was different. My Lady Fauerswing was a nurturer, a caregiver, rare among her kind. Where her brothers and sisters saw the world as a prize to be won, she saw it as a garden to be tended. Can you imagine? For world upon world, the great dragon Fauerswing brought wisdom and succor to countless souls, and she was loved for it, exalted, a goddess. When she awoke from her long slumber in 2012 and saw what the world had become, what meta-humanity had become, to a garden she has tended for great ages, she struck with the rage, regret, frustration, and anguish of a mother whose children had played with fire and burned the house down, killing themselves in the blaze. She unleashed fire and death through her tears, and now she's gone. The sixth world was her last. You seem to know a lot about dragons, Hans. Think your employer wants you telling me all this. I am sure of it. You may consider this conversation an employment interview for a very influential client, one who pays extraordinarily well. Now listen. The man removes his hands from his knees, folds them in his lap. I tell you all of this so that you have context, perspective, before I ask this next question, Shadowrunner. If Dr. Vauclair's weapon had not required dragon fire, if it had been capable of destroying every dragon on Earth without touching a hair on meta-humanity's head, would you have used it? I don't think so. Who knows what would fill the power vacuum left behind? Indeed, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Things you do not wish to know. Well, on to the business at hand. My employer wishes to secure your team's services for a series of operations that will likely require the reminder of 2054. Sounds interesting. Who's the boss? The boss is the great dragon Lofwyr. He is sometimes referred to as the Golden Worm. Perhaps you have heard of him. What makes you think I'm going to make a deal with the dragon? His eyes glint. Because you have already been working for him for some time now, Meinherr. Or did you think Green Winters found the Harfeld Manor on his own? your boss was behind this whole thing, then he really backed the wrong horse. Something tells me that he didn't want the Firewing dead. Perhaps one might assume that the outcome could have been better suited to his interest, but then again, perhaps not. You are not in a position to know. I'll take your word for it. That would be wise of you. The rattle of a wheel on track gives way to a shimmering screech. Gradually, the train begins to slow. He glances up at the U-Bahn map on the wall and smiles. Ah, this is my stop. Coming. Well, what do you know? Looks like this is my stop too. The train comes to a halt and the doors open. Brackenhouse stands, brushes off his Italian suit, and exits without another word. As you turn to follow, your eye catches an advertisement for Virmtalk above the subway car door. Brackhouse glances back at you from the platform, the light from the car reflecting yellow in his gaze. You step out of the subway car and follow him up the stairs and into the Berlin night, into the shadows. Berlin Newsfax contains just one report of a large-scale explosion in the countryside east of Berlin. An abandoned castle is reportedly consumed in a massive fireball that shakes the countryside and leaves a crater 60 feet deep. A natural gas leak is suspected, and the location is soon cordoned off by unidentified corporate forces. This news is eclipsed when Söderkrop announces its acquisition of Ariane Space, the last remaining arm of the European space program. The Flux State's anarchist rule remained until 2055, when joint corporate forces, acting with the support of the German government, invade the city. It's widely known that the Great Dragon Lofwyr is responsible for orchestrating this action. After weeks of fighting, the surviving anarchists are forced to retreat to the eastern part of the city. A truce is signed in 2060, and Berlin is again divided by a wall. The Great Dragon Dunkelsand is elected President of the United Canadian and American States in 2057. He is promptly assassinated as he leaves an inauguration party at the Watergate Hotel while in human form. Popular opinion is that another great dragon is responsible, as only a dragon can kill a dragon. For those in the shadows, hint that an act of powerful blood magic is the cause. Memories of Fauerswing and the end of the Dragonfall fade further into obscurity, replaced by the media's fascination with the dating habits of the latest Simpson stars. The name of Dr. Adrian Vauclair has since been lost to the shadows. 1 sec. Hello.